하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋, 셋. 하나, 둘, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 마이크를 테스트. 다시 한 번만요. 네네. 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크를 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 웨지 더 줄여도 될 것 같습니다. 하나, 둘.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning.
오늘 행사의 사회를 맡은 중앙일보
I am Anchak-ki, the MC of this forum from Jungang Daily Global Cooperation Team.
버추얼로
And
함께하고
I'd
계신
like to
여러분,
welcome all the participants in Dementia Forum X Korea and welcome all those
여러분 전
accessed online.
많은
The world is suffering dementia, and dementia patients
치매를 앓고
and their families suffer even more.
가중될까요? 전 세계적으로 3조
Across the world, 1 in every 3 seconds
하죠. 참 심각한
get diagnosed with dementia, which is serious.
여러 방면으로
However, we have seen progresses across the board, hoping for a better future. And in that, the agenda of this forum is New Hope.
디멘시아 포럼 X 또는 약칭으로
And I'd like to briefly introduce the Dementia Forum X, DFX.
스웨덴 왕실이 후원에 설립한
The Swedish royal-sponsored Swedish Care International in 2015 launched the DFX, one of the top 3 international dementia conferences. DFX had been held biannually at the Royal Palace of Stockholm, and in 2018 it was held in Japan, and this year in Seoul.
이 분야에서 한국이 이룬 성과와 그리고 앞으로의 큰
What Korea has achieved in this field can be informed and shared at this forum, which is very valuable time.
기회식과 5개의 세션으로
And this forum
첫 번째
has the opening ceremony and 5 different sessions to proceed.
부터 국내 기관
During the first session, from global trends to overcome dementia to institutions, plans, and dementia-related policies will be discussed.
어떻게 기술과 빅데이터
And for the second session, how technologies and big data are used for early dementia diagnosis.
첫 번째 세션은 예방 세션인데요.
And the third session is about the prevention session.
미국의 숲
And the Sweden's finger and Korea's super brain programs and the role of robots in this field will be introduced.
준비되어 있습니다. 네 번째 치료 세션에서
And at the fourth session,
치료제의
various dementia therapies and methodologies will be presented
소개될 예정입니다.
from Europe and Korea.
그리고 마지막 케어 세션에서는
And during the fifth, which is the last session, special and stress and diet and other different methods will be introduced in order to manage and control dementia. At this forum, renowned professors, scholars, and specialists from home and abroad will participate live.
예방과 치료에
So for those who are interested in the prevention and treatment of dementia, please enjoy the forum till the end.
오늘 이 자리를 축하해 주시기 위해서 많은 내비
So we have many distinguished guests
구청의
to participate in this forum. I'd like to invite Chung Sung-kyun, the head of the Gangnam-gu district, for him to deliver his remarks.
반갑습니다. 먼저
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to organizers
저희
and staff members in Gangnam District and warmest welcome to our district.
야콥 하그레
Particularly, my thanks must go to Jakob Hallgren, ambassador to Seoul from Sweden,
송혜령
Song Hye-ryong, professor at Korea University, and other distinguished guests.
글로벌 치매
Today, we are gathered to participate in Dementia Forum X South Korea.
전세인 조직위원장님께
The chairman of the organizing committee did a fantastic job to make this event possible.
고령화
As you know, we are ushered in the aging society. Those who aged 80 and above,
많이
half of the population are related to the dementia directly or indirectly. 10% of the total population will eventually develop dementia. Particularly, the aged population will grow exponentially
환자는 늘어날
in Korea and beyond, so people with dementia will grow. Particularly, we are affected by the prolonged duration of COVID-19 crisis. So the dementia patients and caregiving family members are also suffer. That's why Gangnam-gu District since 2017 developed the Community Dementia Assurance Center so that we accommodate to the residents, dementia patients in our own district. Particularly next year, we will introduce the digital therapeutics for dementia and well-aging center so that the personalized care and treatment will be available. 30,000 patients are registered in our register of dementia. So next year, we also conduct the DNA-based test for prevention of dementia.
모처럼 오늘
I really hope that this forum will give us the opportunity to find a clear pathway for care and treatment of dementia, and we will also play a part in this journey.
오늘 참여하신 모든
Thank you, and I wish you good luck and happiness. Thank you. Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. I can see that I'm looking forward to a big role in this dementia journey.
스웨덴 대사님께서
Now, on behalf of Sweden, a sponsor of this forum,
인사를 듣겠습니다.
Mr. Jakob Hartgram, the ambassador from Sweden to Korea, delivers a congratulatory message. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Dear Mr. Park Byung-sok, Speaker of the National Assembly, dear Mr. Park Nyong-ho, the Korean Minister of Health and Welfare, dear Ms. Lena Hallengren, Swedish Minister of Health and Social Affairs, who will soon deliver their congratulatory remarks, and dear Mr. Chung Song-kyun, Mayor of the Gangnam-gu District. Dear distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, and friends, you know, I am really honored and privileged to be here today at the opening of the Dementia X Forum in Korea. It's a great day and a great moment. And you know, just about this time last year, the Swedish Prime Minister, Mr. Stefan Löfven, came and visited Korea in December. And one of the outcomes of that visit was a renewal of the long-standing collaboration between Korea and Sweden in the area of health and welfare issue, and an important memorandum of understanding, including on elderly care, was signed. And I don't know if you know that our strong collaboration on health issue has quite a long and proud history. So just about 70 years ago, in September 1950, a Swedish Red Cross hospital embarked in Busan to care for wounded soldiers and civilians. And they stayed for 7 years, and when they left, they did not only leave the country, but they actually contributed to the establishment of the National Medical Center together with other Scandinavian countries, which is, of course, still in Seoul today. So there's a long history of health collaboration. And today, despite the currently quite difficult situation with the pandemic, we continue to strengthen and deepen that partnership and relation. And one wonderful and great illustration of that, I think, is today's forum, preparing for one of the necessary issues to deal with now and in the post-COVID era. Dear friends, the world's population is aging in a more rapid speed than ever. And with an increasingly aging population around the world, healthcare challenges are increasing and they are also changing in nature. And especially the increasing prevalence and difficulties to address dementia is one of those key challenges which is unfortunately associated with elderly populations. In the case of my native Sweden, with 10 million inhabitants, about 20% of the population has today passed the standard retirement age of 65 years. And this number is projected to rise to 23% by 2040. So dementia is and has been high on the agenda in Sweden since a long time. Already in 1996, Her Majesty Queen Silvia of Sweden took the initiative to establish the foundation Silvia Hemmet, Silvia Home, based on her personal experiences with her mother. So early on, Queen Silvia realized that knowledge is a powerful tool for understanding, for helping, and for providing good care for people with dementia. And this foundation works with various training programs intended to contribute to the highest possible quality of life for those suffering with dementia, and including the families, the close ones. Now, in the case of Korea, I understand that the estimated number of dementia patients will reach 1.3 million in 2030, meaning that one person out of every 5 households will suffer from dementia. Everybody will have a relation to someone who has had or has dementia. So I think that Sweden and Korea therefore share similar challenges, but I also know that our two countries have similarly high ambitions to take responsibility and care for the aging populations. So for this, we need to join hands and share ideas and develop solutions. Lastly, on a personal note of mine, I myself know how it feels to see a loved parent change in personality as a result of dementia. It is quite a difficult experience, and I cannot stress enough how important knowledge, medicine, and improved solutions are to better understand and to address this terrible disease. I really thank you who have organized this very important forum for your time and effort to overcome these challenges. Thank you so very much. 감사합니다.
Ambassador, we do believe you have a special message from Sweden.
Yes, I do. So if I may use a little bit more of your time, I have a very special message from the Royal Palace in Stockholm, and I will read it out as it is written. So this is the Royal Palace, Stockholm, in November 2020. Message from Her Majesty Queen Silvia of Sweden to Dementia Forum X South Korea on the 26th of November 2020. Dear participants of Dementia Forum X, this year the COVID-19 pandemic has affected everyone, everywhere. And sadly, it has hit disproportionately hard against our elderly, especially those living in nursing homes. For people living with dementia and for their loved ones, these are difficult times. Self-isolation and social distancing make it impossible for families to see their loved ones and provide the comfort and emotional support that we know is so important. At this time, more than ever, we need to find new and better ways to support persons with dementia and their caregivers. But while 2020 has been a challenging year, it has also been a year of promising developments in the dementia field. I firmly believe that research, education, and knowledge are powerful tools in combating stigma, raising awareness about dementia disease, and developing a better care. It is my hope that today's forum will further our joint ambition to meet the challenges of dementia through collaboration, innovative ideas, and knowledge sharing. I wish you all a fruitful and rewarding day, and I hope to be able to welcome you to the next Dementia Forum X in 2021. Signed, Sylvia.
Thank you, Ambassador Hallgren, for your remarks and for sharing the letter from Her Majesty Queen Sylvia. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give him a big round of warm applause once again.
오늘 행사가 온 오프라인으로
So
동시에
this forum is being held online and offline. So those who also sent the congratulatory messages to us, first the Speaker of the National Assembly in Korea, Park Byung-seok, delivered his congratulatory messages. Good afternoon. I am the Speaker of the National Assembly in Korea. My congratulations on the opening of Dementia X South Korea. As the world is aging very rapidly, the dementia population is also growing steeply. In 2015, the number of people with dementia surpassed 50 million. In Korea, for those aged 65 and above, 1 out of every 10 suffer from dementia. Dementia is the most feared disease for all, shaking the lives of the patients and their caregiving family members to the core. To get over dementia, individuals, families, as well as societies and nations around the world should work together closely. Dementia Forum is one of the most renowned, sought-after fora in the world. At the leadership of Her Majesty Sylvia of Sweden, it is beacon of global collaboration in dementia. Swedish Care International holds the International Forum at the Palace every 2 years since 2015. This forum is the second held outside of Royal Palace in Sweden. I'm thankful to K Dementia Organizing Committee and Jungang Daily for making this event possible. Dementia-free assuring society is one of the Korean government policy visions. The government is making all efforts to provide treatments and care services based on where the dementia patients reside and expand the assistance for the families. Of course, National Assembly will also play its own part. I will identify how to reinforce the international solidarity in this field. The theme of this forum is A New Hope for the Dementia. Today, I hope we put our wisdom together to take us to the unwavering pathway to the dementia prevention, care, and treatment. Thank you.
네, 여러분 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Please give him a big round of applause.
보여주신 한 분이 보건복지부 장관님이십니다.
And Mr. Bang Neung-woo, Minister of Health and Welfare, has shown high interest in this forum, and he also sent his message. I'll play his message.
안녕하십니까? 보건복지부
Good
장관
morning. I am Bang Neung-woo, the Minister of Health and Welfare.
한국 개최를
I'd like to congratulate on the opening of Dementia Forum X Korea.
해주신 Lena Hallengren,
and dear Miss Lena Hallengren, Swedish Minister of Health and Social Affairs, and Excellency Jacob Hallgren, Swedish Ambassador to Korea,
위원회에 감사드립니다.
and Jungang Daily Newspaper and Organizing Committee, thank you for preparing such a great event.
이 행사를 도와주신 박병석 국회의장님,
And Your Excellency Chairman Park Byung-seok of the National Assembly, and Kim Min-seok of the Chair of the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly.
알츠하이머병협회
And I welcome
바리노
Petra Tegman,
비롯하여
CEO of SCI, and Paola Pibarino, the CEO of ADI, and all the participants. Her Majestic Queen Sylvia, to help those with dementia and their families, had shown special affection and constant interest. Since 1996, when she established the foundation Sylvia Hammett, she, for 20 years, has been at the forefront to create a dementia-free world. She, as a part of such effort, launched SCI to share the knowledge accumulated at Sylvia Hammett with the world. And that Dementia Forum, organized by SCI, is held in Korea, quite meaningful. Life extension is a long-lasting hope of mankind, and efforts of each country to lead a healthy life are ongoing. However, it is also accompanied with rapid aging and increasing senile diseases. Korea is also experiencing rapid aging, and by 2025, we will enter to a super-aged society. The burden of care for dementia patients will rise as quickly. Accordingly, the Korean government, to help those suffering dementia, declared National Dementia Initiative. To that end, about 250 local dementia centers have been established nationwide, and for dementia patients and their families, counseling, examination, personalized care management, and comprehensive services are being provided. Furthermore, for those with mild to severe dementia, to reduce the burden of the medical costs, we have reformed the insurance system. In July, a Dementia Technology Development Initiative was formed to kick off a 9-year-long R&D project. In September, the 4th National Dementia Plan was established to provide shelters for dementia patients and their families. In making and implementing dementia policies, Swedish experience and knowledge have helped us a lot. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank you for that. Without losing control of myself and living with my family with memories intact in a place I have lived in is what everyone dreams of. Today's forum is with specialists and experts of demand from home and abroad. And your insight and knowledge at this forum will make a big step towards a dementia-free world. Thank you very much.
네, 박능호 장관님께도 감사드립니다.
And thank you,
자, 스웨덴
Minister.
보건복지부 장관께서도 오늘 행사를
The Minister of Welfare and Society Department also delivered congratulatory messages.
장관님의 축사를
So her messages now will be played.
Ladies and gentlemen,
여러분
it's a great
안녕하십니까?
pleasure for me to open today's Dementia Forum X together with my Korean colleague, Minister of Health and Welfare, Neungo Park. Last year was a truly remarkable year for Swedish-Korean relations. In the same year as President Moon visited Sweden, Prime Minister Löfven visited the Republic of Korea, and this is a sign of a very close friendship between our two countries. I had the honor to meet with President Moon and his delegation when they visited Stockholm in June of 2019, and of course meeting the First Lady of South Korea during the Dementia Forum hosted by the Queen of Sweden at the Royal Palace. When the Swedish Prime Minister visited Seoul, one of the outcomes was a renewal of the long-standing collaboration between Sweden and the Republic of Korea on health and welfare issues, and a memorandum of understanding, which includes elderly care, was signed. Health and social care for the elderly are important parts of Swedish welfare policy. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have all seen the importance of strong and resilient healthcare systems as the foundation of our societies. This includes the care of our elderly. Almost half of all lost lives during the spring in Sweden have been in elderly care facilities, where the most fragile and vulnerable people live. This has made it even more evident and shed a light on the situation of our elderly care for the entire government. We are now, more than ever, determined to strengthen and invest in the Swedish welfare and elderly care. Every year, between 20,000 and 25,000 women and men are diagnosed with dementia in Sweden. We know that the risk of becoming ill increases with increasing age. Every fifth person over the age of 80 in Sweden is today estimated to live with dementia. 2 years ago, the Swedish government adopted a national strategy for dementia care, which will enable us to adopt a more comprehensive approach. The aim of the strategy is for women and men with dementia to age safely, independently, and live an active lifestyle. The level of knowledge about dementia needs to be raised. One important partner in increasing knowledge nationally in Sweden is the Swedish Dementia Center, which, among other things, produces guidances and training that is freely available on their website, also in English. I encourage you to visit the web page. Next year, the Swedish government is planning to almost double the Swedish Dementia Center's budget. One important factor to improve the quality of care for people with dementia is to enhance knowledge about dementia among staff and decision makers in elderly care. It's important that men and women with dementia are offered the right support and the right interventions at the right time throughout the course of their illness. To help ensure this, the government has tasked the National Board of Health and Welfare with promoting and spreading a standardized care pathway model for people diagnosed with dementia. Sweden is continuing to invest in developing our 2 national quality registers on dementia to improve the quality of dementia care. I know that South Korea initiated integrated community care 2 years ago, and last year launched a framework plan on community care for the elderly. In addition, I have seen that the government of South Korea has made large investments to improve the conditions for the elderly and staff in elderly care to be able to improve the quality of care. There has also been large investments in research on dementia. My firm belief is that platforms like Dementia Forum X gives us a chance to exchange knowledge on the latest research, support each other on the latest trends globally in dementia, and not the least to implement policies for dementia to make the lives of our elderly people more endurable. Thank you for inviting me, and I wish everyone involved a fruitful event.
네, 잘 봤습니다. 이렇게
Thank you for the message. And I can see that many distinguished guests have
여기에서요.
attention to this forum. And I can see now Korean actor also has his own interest in these dementia issues. Actor Lee Sun-jae.
개봉한 로망이라는 영화를 통해
He acted out in the last year's film Roma. So now let's take a look at how he greets this topic, the dementia.
영화 로마에서 여러분께 인사드렸던 이순재입니다. 임혜자, 정신 놓지 마라. 나한테는 임혜자 당신뿐이야. 내가 저 짓거리란 게 전혀 기억이 안 나.
치매도 얼마요?
오래되고 고장나면 무조건 폐차냐? 오래된 몸을 사고로 바꾸면 되는 거고 그래서 안 되면 또 고치고 안 되면 또 고치고 이만. 영화 로망뿐만 아니라 연극 장수상회 사랑의 당신도 같은 치매를 다룬 작품들이기 때문에 이 작품을 보면서 느끼는 바가 많았습니다. 우선 내가 만일 치매가 걸리면 어떻게 될까? 정말 모든 게 끝나는 일입니다. 왜? 저희 직종은 이 암벽이 절대적으로 필요한 직종이기 때문에 치매에 걸렸다면 제 인생 자체가 다 끝나는 겁니다. 그런 위기의식을 느끼면서 이것은 어느 개인이 해결할 수 있는 문제가 절대로 아니다. 반드시 옆에서 도와줄 수밖에 없는, 또 도와줘야만 하는 그런 질병이구나 하는 걸 느끼게 됐습니다. 그래서 저희가 다룬 작품도 남편과 아내, 결국 끝까지 같이 갈 수 있는 건 부부밖에 없다. 남편과 아내, 그리고 혼자 된 노인들, 혼자 된 치매 환자들은 이건 사회적으로 구제 방법이 있지 않으면 안 되겠구나, 이런 생각을 하게 됐습니다. 영화나 연극, 텔레비전에서도 이 치매에 관한 문제를 많이 다루고 있고, 또 우리 사회적으로도 이제 치매에 관한 관심이 많이 높아지고 있습니다. 그러던 차에 이번에 디멘스 포럼 X라는 스웨덴의 치매 전문가 포럼을 알게 되었습니다. 매우 시의적절하게 좋은 환경이 마련되었다고 해서 기쁘게 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 우리나라에도 노인 10명 중 1명이 치매 환자라고 합니다. 치매 환자가 계속 늘어나는 것도 걱정이지만 보다 중요한 것은 이분들을 잘 돌볼 수 있는 환경들이 계속 만들어졌으면 바람입니다. 그래서 11월에 코엑스에서 개최되는 디멘시아 포럼 X의 한국 행사와 K 디멘시아 전시회를 통해 우리나라 치매 환경에 도움이 될 수 있는 의미 있는 일들이 많이 생겼으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. This is the message from the actor Lee Sun-jae. She talked about how important to have this forum like this. So now, without much ado, we will get to the session, academic session. The first session is the dementia policy.
첫 번째 연사는
First speaker is the CEO of Alzheimer's Disease International,
대표이신 파울라
Paola Barbarino.
바바리노 대표는 유럽을 중심으로
So she works on extensive research and activities on Alzheimer's disease, mostly in Europe.
계신데요. 오늘은 그
So she will share with us her experience, insight to talk about global trend in dementia, including policy, care, and research.
소개해 주실 겁니다. 여러분,
Please welcome her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me to speak, and I'm so sorry that I cannot be in Seoul in person. I still remember fondly my last visit when I came to look at the work of KNID and KAD. Today I'm going to speak about global trends in dementia policy, research and care. And also I'm going to spend some time focusing on what's happening currently with the current COVID-19 crisis. But first of all, let me tell you a little about Alzheimer's Disease International. We are the global voice on dementia. We were founded in 1984. We are the umbrella organization of Alzheimer's and Dementia Association around the world. There are 102 full members, association and federation, only 1 per country and 18 in development. We represent you all at the WHO, at the UN, OECD, and at other international and regional bodies. We are the promoter of World Alzheimer's Month, which I'm sure you all do, and the publisher of the World Alzheimer's Report, which I'm sure you've all read. So let me tell you something about the global impact of dementia. These figures come from our World Alzheimer's Report 2015. There are 50 million people with dementia currently. That's a shocking statistic, but that's how many we knew there were back in 2015. Probably it's more now. Every 3 seconds, someone in the world develops dementia, and it is a $1 trillion disease. It got to get so in 2018, and this cost, as you can see, is escalating. What has been our role in the face of these stark numbers? After 15 years of advocating to get a global plan for dementia, the WHO put one up and it was approved by all the nations in WHO in 2017. Now, this is an important progress because we had been advocating for a long time that the global plan had to be standalone. That's quite unusual, but it is because dementia is such a complex disease. And as you can see on these slides, there are several areas onto the plan. So we are talking about policy, we are talking about friendliness and awareness, about diagnosis, treatment, care, support for carers, and we are looking at data and how to share it more globally, and about the role of research in all of its facets, not just biomedical research. So research into care for us is just as important. The progress of the Global Dementia Action Plan is technically monitored by a mechanism called the Global Dementia Observatory, which is residing at the WHO and which we help build and we advocated for. However, because governments can be quite slow in bringing their data to the WHO, we started a monitoring process through a report that we publish annually called From Plan to Impact, where we ask our members in each country to confirm, to check that whatever is that their government says they are doing is actually what is happening at the grassroots level. And often there are discrepancies, and even more often governments actually do not publish the data to the WHO. Plan to Impact, it's an important report, and this year in particular, the focus of the report was also on the challenges and opportunity given by COVID-19. It was full of expert essays and case studies that were focusing also on the impact of the pandemic. And it also had a call to action to governments to heed to the lessons of COVID-19. In these slides, you can see where you can read the latest report. Now it's in its third year of publishing. This map that I'm showing in my next slide is the map that tells you which countries currently have dementia national plans, which one are in preparation, which one don't have it at all. And the next slide tells you the number of plans adopted since 2015. And as you can see, we would need a miracle to manage to meet the targets of the Global Dementia Action Plan, as at the moment, as you can see, the growth of plan is very slow, whilst we would need massive acceleration. And our role currently is to continue to make sure that the WHO and governments are brought to task when they are forgetting about dementia. However, there are also very positive developments. Even in this year of COVID-19, 4 governments, China, Dominican Republic, Germany, and Iceland, published national dementia plans. And this is a wonderful step forward, and it shows the commitment. It also shows the momentum that has been built in these years of advocacy. From Plan to Impact this year also, however, highlighted some real concerns. The progress that has been made about the Global Dementia Action Plan could be scuppered by the fact that governments have an easy way out by saying that COVID-19 is preoccupying their mind and slowing down the progress. But actually, our community has been hit the hardest by COVID-19. We know now that 20% of people in northern Italy who died of COVID-19 had dementia, 26% in England, and of the 85% of people that got COVID-19 and died of COVID-19 in Canada, 66% were people living with dementia. So the statistics about COVID-19 and dementia and the impact have been incredibly sobering. And we do need more governments to bring this data to the attention of the world. And I take this opportunity to ask the South Korean government to be so kind as to add its numbers to the total global tally, as we have asked the WHO to do. I'm now going to move on to other recent developments. 2 important things this year. One has been a great emphasis on risk reduction. The other has been about the possibility of disease-modifying therapies. As you can see in my next slide, we have been now working on an infographic that summarizes the great work that the Lancet Commission and WHO have done on risk factors. Please note that there are much more risk factors as in our previous infographic, and these include examples like hearing aid. Now we know, for example, that wearing a hearing aid whilst one experiences hearing loss can actually have a preventative effect. And there are many more, as you can see in the infographic. The other great advance is disease-modifying therapies. Very recently, both Biogen and Nutricia have announced the possibility of disease-modifying therapies. This is very hopeful, and we have written about this extensively on our website, and we are waiting to hear of further development in this area. So again, I won't go into detail, but you can find more information in our website. Now, some issues are becoming very urgent due to COVID-19. Diagnostic in general, people are not seeking diagnosis. Post-diagnostic support has been interrupted in many cases as people are worried that they are not going to receive proper care or proper diagnosis, or they're worried about seeking diagnosis. Post-diagnostic support, of course, is absolutely necessary for families, as they will not know what's going to happen. And of course, in Korea, the example of post-diagnostic support is excellent, but in so many other countries in the world, that is not the case. The other thing that is on the rise is stigma and awareness. This has been a big issue, of course, it continues to be a big issue, and it's hampering our efforts. Now, let me tell you a little bit about diagnosis in the next slides. The majority of people with dementia live in low and middle income countries, but of those, only 1 in 10 actually gets a diagnosis. In high income countries like South Korea, 20 to 50% of dementia cases are recognized and documented. This is an average, so this doesn't mean that it's necessarily the case in South Korea. However, fewer than 40% of OECD countries are even able to estimate national dementia diagnosis rate. Again, that's not the case of South Korea. We do an excellent DREAM database, but it is the case in other countries. So for those lacking a diagnosis at the global level, there is no access to treatment, to care, and to organized support. And during COVID-19, as I said earlier, the rates are increasing. I would like to bring your attention to this slide, because when we did a World Alzheimer's report in 2019, about stigma and awareness, we realized that globally 62% of healthcare professionals, this is doctors and nurses, thought that dementia is an effect of aging and not a disease. Now, this is shocking, and this just tells you the amount of training that needs to be done at global level of healthcare professionals. Now, in the area of post-diagnostic services, some countries provide a post-diagnostic guarantee, for example, Scotland, but people still struggle to access services, sometimes because of stigmatization or because of lack of investment in welfare services. And of course, the fact that people don't receive a timely diagnosis often leads to lack of rehabilitation or care pathways. Of course, in the case of COVID, as I said, a lot of it has been about being worried to go into surgeries and ask for diagnosis. So stigma continues to undermine the progress, and you can see in this slide a number of interesting statistics that also come from our 2019 report about what the public think in terms of stigma and awareness. In my next slide, I'm talking to you about World Alzheimer's Month. So that is our way to fight stigma. And I have to report that in the last 3 years, we've been monitoring how much more the world is participating in World Alzheimer's Month. And from 900,000 people taking part online, which is an easy way to measure it, in 2018, we then grown to 2 million in 2019. This year, we are starting to talk about 20 million and perhaps more. We publish figures in December, so we will know for sure, but certainly the movement is growing. And I really need to ask South Korea to take part in the movement. Your voice is needed, and we are not hearing enough from you, especially since you are having such wonderful innovation. We do need to hear South Korea's voice. But the awareness raising is needed at every level. And in the next slide, it's a demonstration of that. This is when we did a piece of advocacy with the C20 and then the G20, which led to a declaration in the G20 health ministers declaration, in which they committed to 6 major commitments to dementia that you can read here. However, committing to dementia doesn't really mean anything unless it's followed up. These declarations are non-binding. And so our job is to make sure that these commitments are not forgotten in future years, and that in future C20s and G20s they are discussed. Italy 2020 is the next, India 2022 is after, and we are working already with the 2 countries. Sorry, Italy is 2021, of course, not 2020. A few words about Korea. I came in Korea a couple of years ago, and I was so impressed by everything that you do, especially the K-Dream database, but also by the commitment of the Korean government to issue dementia plans, follow them up, and improve them. So I am really delighted that there is a 4th national dementia plan, and even more delighted that KNID is going to tell us more at our own ADI conference in December about it. I was also incredibly struck by your great dementia friendliness program, by the dementia free index and all the activities you're doing around risk reduction, which are wonderful, and in general by your care standards and your great care centers. I visited one in particular in Seoul. Now, what I am asking you today, as I always ask South Korea, is this increased presence on the international stage. When there are good practices, we must share them with the rest of the world. Now, my last slide is about our own conference, 10th to 12th of December, Hope in the Age of Dementia. I do hope that will be a good participation from South Korea for the reason I explained before. And we look forward to see as many as you as possible at the conference. And finally, my last slide gives some of our social media tags, and this is not an empty slide. For many conference speakers, this is just a little bit of extra information, but for us it's very, very important. Please follow what we do, participate in the movement, tell us what you think, because we do need a movement of people to make a change at global level. We do need everybody to be invested in dementia for things to really change and for government to really take our cause to heart. We need it. Otherwise, the constituency that we serve, unfortunately, will be forgotten. So please help us. Thank you so much.
네, 파울라 바바리노 대표께서
Thank you so much for the role of South Korean government in dementia.
이 강연에서요.
So in her presentation, she talked about the global trend in dementia,
한국의 치매 정책은 그렇다면
the Korean policy, how it look like.
정부가 치매와의 전쟁을
In
선포했어요.
2008, the government declared the fight against dementia, and in 2017, the National Dementia Initiative was announced in part to reduce gap between regions.
이번 강연에서는요. 중앙
So for this presentation, I'd like to invite Mr. Seo Ji-won, the Deputy Director of the National Institute of Dementia, for him to talk about dementia policies, future plans, and their goal and direction and missions, and more.
들어보도록 하겠습니다. 중앙
So now I'd like to invite Mr. Seo Ji-won onto the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 먼저 이렇게 치매와 관련된 많은 노력들을 공유하는 뜻깊은
So
자리.
first, this is a very meaningful that we can share
해결을 위한
knowledge and data regarding dementia prevention and our efforts, and thank you for inviting me. And I'd like to talk about the national dementia plans in Korea.
네, 먼저 한국의 고령화는 전 세계 평균과 비교해서 매우 빠르게 증가하고 있습니다. 파란색이 전
The
세계
aging is very speedy in Korea compared to the average aging speed in the world.
2020년에
In 2020, Korea's aging reached 15%, and by 2050,
이상의 고령 인구가
38% of our population will reach over 60.
생산 가능 연령이
And the economically viable people need to burden those with dementia. In terms of that, in 2020, one
부양해야 되는 상황이었고
of economically viable person needs to bear 20,
상황이 되고요.
and it's going to increase as time goes by.
고령화로 인해서
And such a rapid aging, there is also an increase in dementia in Korea.
78만 명이었고요. 2030년이
And by 2030, we're going to have 1.3 million dementia patients. And in 2050, we're going to have more than 3 million people suffering from dementia. And
경제적인 부담,
it will all lead to
우리나라에서는
burden
경제적으로 일찍 치매와 관련
on
정책적인
the nation. And accordingly, the Korean government has established various policies and plans. And in 2008, the first national dementia plan was announced. And in 2012, the Dementia Management Act was legislated, and it was followed by the establishment of the National Institute of Dementia. And in 2013, provincial and metropolitan dementia centers were established. And for counseling and information, a national dementia helplines was also created.
치매 관리 종합
And in 2015, third national dementia plan was announced.
시행이 되고 있는 와중에
And currently, those plans have been implemented. And in 2017, for the government to take more responsibility dealing with the dementia, the National Dementia Initiative was declared. And accordingly, local dementia centers
수행이 되고 있습니다.
are now being implemented.
지난 9월에는
And in
치매 관리 종합 계획이 발표
September 2020, the fourth National Dementia Plan was announced. It's going to implement it for the next 5 years. And this is the Dementia Management Act legislated earlier.
수행하도록 하는 법적인 근거를 마련하였고
So the ground was generated,
치매 관리 전달 체계의
and also the financial support for management was established based on the collected grounds. And epidemiological studies needed to be conducted, and so the grounds for that was also created.
종합 계획을 요약한 표입니다.
This is the summary for the dementia plan from the first to the third round. So while focusing on the prevention, we have also established the evaluation indicators. And based on the infrastructure we have built, our focus is moving toward the users-oriented policies.
네, 그래서 이것은 치매 국가 책임제
So this is a slide for National Dementia Initiatives. Various plans are being implemented under the initiative.
를 바탕으로 총 8가지의 포커스
So there are basically 8 focus areas.
치매 관리 치매 국가 책임제에서 가장 중요한 부분은
One of the most important priority is to have the dementia management system. By providing the system, we can provide more personalized care for the patients and their families. And since 2017 till 2019, 256 local dementia centers were established.
관련 계획을 수립하고 수행하는 광역 치매센터, 치매 안심센터로
So the metropolitan and provincial dementia centers linked to the national control center
도식표입니다.
was formed.
국민이 치매 안심센터로 내원을 하게 되면
So if a patient visit the local center, the counseling record will be recorded in the medical record and the system, and it will be followed by the early diagnosis and the registry and the provision of services.
경증 치매, 중증 치매 등의 치매 관련된 부분이 진단이 되면
And once diagnosed with normal or MCI or mild or severe dementia, depending on the severity, relative and customized
가족을 위해서
services will be provided. And for families and caregivers,
혹은 사례 관리, 가족 부담을 위한 가족
best practice management and counseling and support programs are being provided. And at the dementia center,
다양한 요양실
not only for the dementia prevention support, but also other different referral services are also being provided.
드리겠습니다. 장기 치매 국가 책임제를 통해서
Through the national dementia, we have expanded the target population for long-term care benefits.
판정을 했다면
Previously, the rating was granted based on the physical assessment. However, we have added other criteria for more dementia patients to be included in this benefit.
시설이 없었던 상황이기 때문에 치매 환자
So we used to have insufficient dementia care facilities. So we have also increased the dementia care facilities by deregulating the relevant policies and laws.
대한 단기 집중 치료를 위한 치매 전문 병동, 치매 안심 병동
And we are to increase the healthcare systems for dementia. Currently, there are 79 public LTC hospitals nationwide, and under these hospitals, we are going to encourage them to have dementia specialized units.
치매 진단을 위한 인지기능 검사
And another objective is to provide a national health insurance service coverage of healthcare costs with our dementia initiative. The co-payment rates have been reduced.
치매 환자가 안심하고 살아갈 수 있는 치매
And co-payment rates, of course, for example, for the cost of differential diagnosis has been cut by up to 45%.
지난 3월 기준으로 100만 명 이상의 파트너가 양성이 되었습니다.
So as of last month, we have more than 300 million partners cultivated.
치매 환자가 지역 사회에서 안전하게 살아갈 수
So for dementia patients to live safely in their place, we have implemented the Dementia Safe Village, and as of last month, there are more than 300 villages nationwide.
2차 그리고
So starting from 2008 till this year, we have implemented the first till the fourth round of national dementia plans, and under these plans, various efforts are being implemented.
하고 3차 치매 관리 종합계획과 치매 국가 책임제의 성과에 대한
And this year, based on the analysis of the result of the previous policies, we conducted a study to establish the fourth national dementia plan, and accordingly, it was announced recently. It will be implemented starting from next year until 2025. And from social solidarity, we are going to provide the support for living at home through public-private cooperation and connection. And from a demand-oriented perspective, appropriate treatment and care routes will be provided according to their severity. And from a comprehensiveness perspective,
공급자 관점의 인프라가 구축이 되는
infrastructure needs to be built, so supplier and demand needs to be included in this comprehensive plan. And based on these plans,
치매 안심센터, 지역사회 치매 안심센터를 중심으로 치료,
the key point would be the connection of services related to treatment, care, and welfare in the region led by local dementia centers.
그래서 이것이 지난 9월에
So this is the fourth plan announced by the Ministry of Health and Care.
지역사회가 함께
Welfare.
사는 치매 안심 사회를 구현하는 것이
So the vision is to build a dementia-safe society for people with dementia, families, and communities. And our goal is to support for these people to stay safe wherever they live.
안심센터에서 치매 환자
So at the dementia center, registration should be possible, and we are going to reach 80% of dementia patients in the registry by 2025. And based on that, specialized care and treatment for elderly will be provided.
총 8개의 실행 과제를 세웠습니다. 치매 예방
And under that goals and visions, there are 8 different
그다음에 치매 돌봄의 전문성 강화,
focus areas.
가족 부담을
The first is preemptive dementia prevention and management, and the concentration on the treatment for elderly stage and dementia. And the third is the reinforcing the capacity of dementia care in the community. And the fourth will be the expanding support to reduce the burden on families. And the rest of the rest will be also implemented.
서지원 부센터장님의 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big hand for her presentation.
자, 현재 국내에는요. 총
In Korea,
6개의 치매
there are 265
치매 어르신은 물론이고 또 가족들을 위한 서비스 지원까지 하고 있다고 합니다. 치매의 조기
So there are around 256 dementia assurance centers in Korea. They offer the mental services for the dementia families. The next speaker is a psychiatrist at Dankook University Hospital, and he's the director of Chungnam Provincial Dementia Center, or CUPID. So he will talk about the roles of metropolitan provincial dementia centers and community dementia reassurance centers. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 반갑습니다.
Good morning. I am Seokbun Lee.
치매센터와
I will talk about the roles of the metropolitan or provincial dementia centers and community dementia reassurance centers, or 치매 안심 centers. As somehow it is something to do with the national plan for dementia. It was already covered in the previous presentation. National Dementia Plan is about developing the training programs and executing the dementia project. That will be done at the national level and regional level and community level. That's why the metropolitan dementia centers are established. And community center will offer assistance, mental and physical, and to the family members. This is the structure of the MDC, PDC. We have a director at the top. We have a secretary general under the director, and we have 3 teams: policy training team, resource linking team, and education team. And in addition to that, we have a research team. So under one team, we have 8 or 9 members. The role of MDC, there are many. The biggest role is offer the professional education. We select the officials at the community center, dementia centers. We educate them about the expertise and knowledge. Under the regulation, once you get job at the community dementia center, and it's a mandatory, you have to attend the courses. And it's part of the awareness improvement campaigns. So we organize lots of the events so that public will familiarize themselves with the dementia itself and the care and assistance. And on our own, we also conducted so-called outreach programs because we know that at the community level, they cannot afford to publish awareness, for example, brochures. That's why we published various brochures. And we also developed the program so that having pet at home is also good for dementia patients. Also, we try to organize programs so that the dementia families will get more education, get assistance, as well as their homes will be repurposed. And this is what we are doing uniquely at Chungnam Center. Health information need to be increased accessibility. In the past, we have a problem of the eradication of literacy, but now the health information accessibility is a big issue for the seniors. To get the message across efficiently, we publish this magazine every 6 months. This is part of the information sharing with the seniors. I told you before, we are trying to create enabling environment or dementia-friendly environment at home. For example, we accommodated a new toilet. We also removed the threshold so the smooth passage of the entrance will be possible. And usually in rural areas, seniors live alone. So we provide more enabling environment for them. There are other resources connected to the network and ecosystem. They have their own responsibilities and projects, but we try to prevent them from being overlapped. That's why we coordinate. And we also nurse the dementia partners. And every April, we organize a working festival for overcoming dementia. And every year, you see that September 21st is the World Dementia Day. We also host and organize commemoration event together with the provincial government and local government. And once every year, we also organize annual workshops. So we invited participants at the provincial government and officers at the community health, more intensive, in-depth information sharing was also possible. That's our aim. Now moving on to the Community Dementia Reassurance Center or 치매 안심 centers in Korean. Again, at the top is the director. Director is also the head of the clinics at the community. And they have also dementia management team. The dementia management team is part of this reassurance center. Around 20 employees are hired, and 5 teams, like a counseling registration team, early detection team, daycare team. We call so-called shelters. They are responsible for managing this daycare team, and family support team, and awareness public relation team. So for early diagnosis, a lady that was covered at the National Dementia Initiative, but we have a screening phase stage. So when you are suspicious of getting dementia, and then this guarantee and assurance is now offered all the way to the diagnostic test. Once you are diagnosed with the dementia, that's not the end. Now you are in the loop of the support system, so that you are now introduced and given the information how the long-term care will be possible. So the patients of dementia is now part of the supporting loop. And also we give the cognitive stimulation individually or on a group basis. And we target caregiving family members so that they will know how they will take care of the dementia patients, how they apply for the support program. And also we need hygiene pads and other assistance products. We also support them. The biggest hurdle in taking care of the dementia is the missing cases, which is growing because they lose their cognitive functions once they go missing, and sometimes they will lead to the fatalities. So we use the GPS location tracking system. So once they go missing, and instantly we go actions to tracking them. On top of that, we also wage campaigns for dementia. And for the dementia policy, we put those information into the small brochures and booklets for awareness and public relations. That's the role of our centers. Thank you. Thank you.
여러분, 치매 종류 중에 하나인 알츠하이머의
Do you know that
유전자의 영향력이 80%
80% of Alzheimer is attributed to gene factors?
영상과 DNA 분석
Neuroimages and DNA analysis method are utilized for big data to anticipate the likelihood of Alzheimer and when to develop Alzheimer.
이번 진단 세션에서는요.
So during this session, the prevention, which is the prevention session, will invite Professor Igono of Joseon University Medicine and the leader of the Joseon University Dementia cohort to talk about biomedical big data-based early diagnosis technologies for dementia. Please welcome him.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning.
코호트 연구단 이끌고 있는 이건호입니다.
I am Igono, the leader of the Gwangju cohort, dementia cohort.
대단히 감사.
Thank you for giving me such an opportunity for the presentation. Today, I'd like to talk about early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease using multimodal biomarkers. It is because when the dementia symptoms appear, it is almost impossible to cure it. So the early diagnosis is the key when it comes to dementia. It was mentioned in the previous presentation. And globally speaking, there are more than 50,000 million dementia patients as of 2018. In terms of the U.S. dollars, the social and economical cost of the dementia would be it's going to be $2 trillion by 2030, and 50 of those people are actually occurring in Asia, in particular Korea, Japan, and China. And the prevalence of dementia in East Asia is particularly higher. And the red line represents Korea. You can see almost 20% when the age reaches 80 and above. And thanks to the National Dementia Initiative, before that, we had a doubt that there could be some excessive treatment or diagnosis when it comes to dementia. And due to the recognition disorder, some people face difficulty in executing daily lives, and that is when Alzheimer or dementia occurs. Then there's got to be a cause leading to dementia. So first is the cognition disorder. And most representative disease, dementia, is Alzheimer's disease. And it accounts for 70% of the total dementia patients.
알츠하이머 이퀄 치매 이렇게
So you may think that when it comes to dementia, people usually remind of Alzheimer.
드리고자 합니다. 그래서 알츠하이머 치매의 가장 큰 특징은 베타
The biggest feature or characteristics of the Alzheimer is the beta amyloid disposition that leads to the neurodegenerative disorders.
제일 먼저
As you can see on the slide,
병리 현상이 베타 아밀로이드가 먼저
first is the beta amyloid, which is accumulated on the brain, and then neurofibrillary
결국은 인지 장애까지
tangle occurs due to the tau protein. So this is the most notable characteristics of dementia within the Asians.
손상이 돼 있는
So
상태.
you can see that more than a third of the
때문에 실제로 어떤 치료
brain tissues are damaged. So it is almost impossible, irreversible to recover the damage.
에이심토마틱 스테이지.
So usually people suffer asymptomatic stage up to 15 years, and when the prodromal appears, we can say that dementia progresses quite far. So along with the domestic and global pharmaceutical companies, a huge amount of spending has been invested in the new drug discovery, but most of them failed. But recently, a couple of good news regarding drug discovery had released. Probably, if that is really, if we are lucky, earlier next year, we may see the dementia drug might be available in the market. However, the clinical trials were subject to the mild dementia patients. So, as early as the diagnosis is made, you can prevent and overcome dementia. That is the key point of my presentation. So we have to identify dementia patients at the asymptomatic stage.
찾으면 저희들이 65세 이상 무작위로 이 아밀로이드 펫 이미징을
So maybe if do the amyloid PET imaging, 10 to 15% of the subject who's above 65 have the symptoms of asymptomatic dementia. However, it incurs a huge cost, and we cannot do the PET imaging over the entire population.
그러한 어떤 그 범용성 있는 기술을 통해서
Then we need to have more universal mechanism or system or technologies to cover more population to easily undergo the diagnosis, checkup or evaluation or examination.
예방관리센터를 설립을 하고요.
So that was the reason for us to establish the dementia community and center. And out of this, we screen the high-risk people of dementia. And through the precision examination, we identify it and we actually screen dementia
코호트라 그러는데요. 코호트라는 건 유사한 특성을 갖고 있는
risk increased
이야기하고 있습니다.
group, and we also called it
코호트는
Gwangju cohort.
지역 기반을 지역민 대상으로 하기 때문에 아주
And the subject of this community, this cohort is the citizens and residents in Gwangju.
사람일 수밖에 없죠.
So mostly people do not visit hospital when it comes to dementia unless there is a significant or certain symptoms of dementia. So it is very difficult to screen people with asymptomatic signals of dementia.
그래서 저희들이 왜 이런 지역 기반으로 이런 그 초기 치매 환자, 즉 알츠하이머병 환자를
So the guard court is really important in identifying or screening patients who would have higher risk of dementia onset.
임상 진단, 신경심리 검사, 뇌파 검사 각종 검사를 통해서 데이터로
through
하고요. 여기서
various examinations such as the 3D MR image, PET image, or the EEG and ERP signals,
그 피험자들의 검체
and neuropsychological tests, and
어떤 발병의 과정들을 추적하고 있습니다.
we track
현재까지 저희들이 12,000
the possibility of the onset, dementia onset. Currently, there are more than
확보하고 있습니다.
10,000 people whose records are stored in our servers, in our platforms.
과정까지 진행되는지를 우리가 과학적으로 밝힐 수
So,
있는 기회가
based on those data, we can actually identify what is the process of
연구를 위해서
dementia onset.
있는 에드니 코호트라는 게 있는데요.
So there is the ethnic cohort,
600억을 투자하고 또 그거에
which is probably one of the largest in the world.
투자된 사업인데요. 저희들 광주
More than $50 million were invested and funded for this cohort. So compared to the Gwangju cohort, it's quite large. I mean, for example, for your reference, Gwangju has received $218 million for 15 years. And compared to Caucasian, Asians get earlier onset of dementia, 2 to 3 years earlier. So although two different cohorts are similar in characteristics, however, the onset of dementia for Caucasian is relatively late. And why does that happen? And that is because the ApoE gene factor is the most critical factor that is vulnerable to dementia. And compared to Caucasian, Asians, more Asians, probably the 60% more Asians have this gene factor. So that's why Asians are more vulnerable to dementia.
치매 유전자의 어떤 위험 인자가 아포이 유전자의 위험 인자를 하나 더 갖고 있다는 것을 저희들이 그것을 검사함으로써 훨씬 더
as said, Asians have one more risk factor, which is ApoE, because we have more chance to have this gene factor. However, with the ApoE promoter, it can
위험도를 본인이 얼마나 갖고 있는지를
it can let you know what is the likelihood of you to develop dementia.
이제 적용되고 있는 그러한 단계입니다. 시범 서비스를 하고 있는.
Currently, it is a pilot project to implement, and dementia equals the damage on the brain. So we need to find out what happens on the brain of yours. Based on the blood analysis, we can anticipate. However, it is not a diagnosis. So we have to find out. We have to know that whether there is the beta amyloid disposition on the brain or not. So we need to have the standard brain mapping, in particularly for MRI based. So for the elderly. So if you look at this table, this is the standardized brain mapping. So if you take a look at the brain, the shapes of Asians compared to Caucasian, they are different.
서양 사람들은 거의 럭비공처럼 아주 머리 이 두상이
You can see those two shapes are very different.
실제로는 좀 상당한 차이가 있고요.
So there is actually a difference between these two brain structure. It's not just about your facial structure, which includes nose and mouth. The brain structure, the brain image is also different. And for example, like the differences in cortical thickness. As you can see on this, the red dot or red line represents which part of your brain gets damaged. It's not the damage caused by dementia. It is the damage we naturally have as we age. However, that decline, once you develop dementia, gets faster.
우리가 이 확정한다는 것은 사실상 어려운 이야기가 되는 겁니다. 그렇기 때문에 이러한 표준 내지도가
So such a standardized brain mapping is important because at an early stage, if we can identify very subtle change or very subtle damage on the brain, it will be much easier to diagnose patients, people with dementia. So the red parts
우리가 정상 노화 과정에서 일어나는
is once again is the process occur as we age, and the blue part is the area damaged due to the onset of dementia.
상당히 겹칩니다.
These damages are overlapping in many parts, so we need to adjust them. Otherwise, it is very difficult to make a diagnosis.
빠르게 진행되는 뇌 손상이 어디에서
So once again, we need to find out which part of the brain gets damaged faster compared to the standardized brain damage mapping, once again, so that we can have early diagnosis for people.
우리가 질병을 예측할 경우에
So when we use the brain damage imaging to diagnose some diseases, but what we really try to achieve is the make an early diagnosis at an asymptomatic stage in order to overcome dementia.
대해서 관리해 주는 겁니다.
But the current national dementia plans really focus on treatment and care. So it's really based on the idea of welfare. But what matters most is early diagnosis, and second is the faster and rapid intervention, whether that is the drug or physical intervention. So once again, early diagnosis is the most critical part, and that is followed by faster and rapid interventions.
알츠하이머 있냐 없냐가 중요한 것은 아니라고 봅니다.
So it's not that what's important is we. Thank you very much. Thank you. So once again, intervention and diagnosis are the most critical part when it comes to dementia. I'd like to ask one question. So you said the brains of Asians and Caucasians are different in the image. And if so, the anticipation of onset of dementia would be different, and that is correct.
표현력이라고 하는데 얼굴 생긴 모양.
The facial expression or the expression structure is also different according to races, in particular Asians and Caucasians. And the change in the gene of yours is also different depending on person. Sometimes some people may be vulnerable to dementia while others not. So through the examination of the gene factors, we have to have the big data, which has the data of races similar to us. So the development of such a database is really necessary for us to make suitable diagnosis for the races of ours. Thank you very much.
정말 조기 진단이
So once again, I hope that the early diagnosis be active as possible. So for people to actually develop dementia, I hope that they can be diagnosed.
이건호 교수님 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
여러분, 호모 100이라는
So there is a new word, Homo 100. Have you ever heard this? Because people are expected to live to 100 years and more. With this prolonged longevity, dementia will be affected. So early detection prevention can be possible if we use the AI and DNA algorithms. So for this presentation, founder of Diagnomics in San Diego, author of Homo 100 Genome Revolution, Dr. Lee Min-seok will talk about AI genomics revolution in Homo 100 era.
유전체 혁명에 관한 이야기를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분,
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Good morning. It's a great honor to be invited to speak.
오늘 소개받은 대로
Today I'm gonna talk about AI genomics, meaning that AI-based genome analysis for diagnosis of dementia in Homo 100 era.
포함해서 우리 인류
So those who are sitting here
사회로 나아가
must have heard about Homo 100. Homo 100
평균 기대 수명
simply means that
시대를 일컫는
we will live to have 100 years and more, it's a super aging society, because for the past century, thanks to the improved lifestyle, advanced technology and science, dramatic increase occurs in our expectancy.
기대 수명의 증가가
So with this life expectancy,
호모 100으로 바뀐다 하여
the Homo sapiens will now turn to the Homo 100. That's why the new term Homo 100 was coined. But the flip side of this is that, according to the Lancet journal, that was quite unique.
그 평균 기대 수명 90세
So life expectancy will set to hit 90 in South Korea. Women
전에 기대 수명 90세
in 2030 will reach 90.
호모 100 시대에 이르는 가장
So South Korea will be the first to be the Homo 100 country.
대한민국이 약
As you see that,
30년 전에
even before 2030, life expectancy, particularly among Korean women, will hit 90.
과연 이게 축복이냐
So it is a blessing
오히려 재앙이냐
or disaster.
많은 사람들이
It is pretty much a controversial issue.
그래프는
On the left hand,
그 설문조사를 한 건데요.
that's a result of the Korean survey.
그 20만의
Surprisingly,
사람들이
those who below age 20s,
축복이라고
they say
오히려 그 좋은 점으로 생각을 했고
it's a blessing rather than disaster, but 40% answered disaster instead of blessing. The reason is
재력의 문제.
worries about health and wealth.
그래서 심지어는 80%
Even
사람이
88% of the surveyed
질병을 갖고
say that
차라리 건강하게
they rather have a shorter, healthy life instead of longer one with the serious illnesses.
가장 큰 문제는
The biggest concern is
기대 수명과의 차이입니다.
the big discrepancy between life expectancy and health life expectancy,
건강 수명을
because
놀랍게도
the number of years a person can expect to live is increasing. However, health life expectancy, that means average life in good health, no disease, is decreasing.
그거를 다루는 데는 굉장히 큰 성과를 거뒀지만은 오히려
So treatment of the disease is increased dramatically. That corresponding to the improved life expectancy, but prevention is pretty much worse than that. That's why health life expectancy is now decreasing. So this new era will be a disaster for most of people. Here is the health and disaster factors. There could be inherited factors like a DNA, age, family history,
이외에 뭐 라이프스타일이나
and there are lifestyle factors.
이러한 세 가지 요인들이
There are three factors actually,
복합적으로 많은 질병들이 발생하는 거고
and that's why the disease will also prevalent.
제가 오늘 발표하려고 하는 것은
As a response, I will talk about the AI genomics.
제가 MBDI 테크놀로지라고 얘기를 했는데
I told this is the MBDI technology.
메디컬
It means that medicine, bio, data,
인공지능이 합쳐져서
and information technology are all converged First, medicine technology should come first, particularly
요즘은 거의 모든
IO, genomics is pretty much unique.
요소들을 인공지능은 이해.
So thanks to the AI, pretty much unique elements of you as a person can be measured. So most objective manner, my DNA will be analyzed under genomics. I inherit DNA information from my mom and dad, but pretty much unique me will be measured thanks to this genomics.
예측과 함께
That will lead to the accurate prediction and prevention. That will pave the way for next generation healthcare, like precision healthcare. As you see this,
그 조기 진단과
so early detection and tailor-made healthcare will be now transformed.
여러 가지 빅데이터들이 종합적으로
So every big data will be now in play. So you can predict, you can prevent, and you can also personalize treatments, and you can participate.
고령화가 되면서
As people get older, the most feared disease is definitely dementia. Of course, there are fears for the cancer, but if you look back 200 years, cancer prevalence has somehow been on the decline. But in terms of dementia, for the past 18 years, it was jumped by 146% around the world.
고령화 시대에 가장 큰 문제가
So the biggest challenge must be dementia.
전 세계에서 대한민국입니다.
And South Korea is the fastest super aging society, and that can be a challenge, but that can be also opportunity to tackle dementia.
이건호 교수님 말씀하신 대로 결국
As the previous speaker mentioned that dementia are now caused by Alzheimer. There are many risk factors, again, inheritance, lifestyles, environments.
발생해서 죽기까지 다양한 원인들에 의해
There are so-called combined risks for genetic and non-genetic factors. Some of them, like gender, age, family histories, they cannot be reversible. But the other factors that can be reversed according to your willingness and commitment. It means that you can prevent, even you can delay the onset of dementia.
요즘 최근 들어서
And recently, particularly AI-based diagnostic is now emerging. Particularly multimodal risk factors are increasing. That defies conventional wisdom of the scientists.
지난달에 10월 달에
Last October, it was released in Science,
이제 알츠하이머 치매 같은 경우
particularly Alzheimer's disease.
요인에서 기례를 한다.
58 to up to 98% come from genetic risk factors. A few years ago, they say genetic factors is in the range of 10 or up to 20%, but genetic risk factors are growing more and more because the previous analysis, they just pinpoint one risk factors to the dementia and Alzheimer. But currently, we are using the big data, AI. Again, there are many risk factors related to the dementia. So if you combine all risk factors, and then we can just say that genetic factors are now whopping 58 to 80%. It means that modifiable factors, there are modified factors. So although you have the genetic risk factors, if you change your lifestyle, and then modifiable environmental factors can be controllable. Again, A4E allele are one of the biggest risk factors. There are three.
위험형인 4형과 일반형인 3형 그리고
As you see that the normal type, risk type, and protection type. So usually if you have APO4, you have threefold risk factors than people otherwise. But here, the problem is if
5명 중에 1명은
1 out of 4 have this APO4, maybe you don't know that.
적어도
But at least you have threefold as high as you are vulnerable to the dementia. Of course, there are other risk factors,
과연 어떻게
but
이해를 해서
how we can better understand of this risk factors, and we can put to use for the personalized care. That is something hard in this field.
여기 보시는 바와 같이 그 대략 유전자는 두 개의
As you see that, the two combinations of the DNA
안에서도 사실은
among the Asians,
서양인보다 훨씬 더 높은 것으로 알려져 있습니다.
even 40% of more Asians have the APOE4 than Caucasians.
그 이미징 어나리시스
Particularly, AI, we use the image analysis. So in the past until now, AI and images are converged so that we can make analysis of the brain imaging and other medical information based upon genetic traits. So last year,
최초로 영상
for the first time,
종합 분석된
we get a clear validated LDT launched.
분석을 하게 됩니다. 유전자 분석은
So in a nutshell, genome must be analyzed.
기술이 발달하고 있는 분야이고요.
Genome analysis is now gained the steam very quick.
누구나 쉽게 분석할 수
Price is now quite affordable.
유전자 분석을 하게 되면
So genome sample will be now analyzed,
디지털화시킵니다. 디지털
and that will be digitalized. It means that
데이터가
using this data,
그 분석에 사용되기 위해서는
before they are data mined, they need to change to the data code, and that will enter the big data.
아까 그 앞에 이 교수님께서도 영상에 대해서 많이 말씀.
So all bioinformation will be analyzed. So by imaging, AI is using quite a lot.
가장 중요한 거는
But what is most important is that the standardization
특히 뭐 한국과 미국인들도 다
and alignment, because there are big difference amongst the individuals. So image restoration and head CT imaging must be
계산을 해내서 그 차이점을
aligned to the anatomical atlas to generate these aligned, reformatted images for standardization.
정확한 진단할 수 있는 겁니다.
And that's how you can have an accurate outcome. It means that every one of the images, like cognitive test result, they are so-called fragmented analysis for the diagnosis. But AI, they can do just with a single goal
우리는 다양한
in a converged manner. It means that we can do pretty much smart prevention,
뭐 이런
diet, exercise.
모든 예방 방법들이 모든 사람에게 효과적이다라고 볼 수는 없습니다.
But this standardized regime is not effective for every patient. But if you get the personalized diagnosis and then more intelligent prediction and target treatments and cure will be possible, all the way from the new product development to the treatment and care. So the role of DNA is the core factor for the precision medicine in the future.
관심 갖고 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for listening. Any questions and comments are all welcome.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
이민섭 연사님, 저 질문 하나 있는데.
I have a question.
지금 인공지능 방법을 이용한
So what's the beauty and advantage of using AI method to study genomics compared to the conventional one? That's correct.
말씀드렸지만은
As I told you, the conventional analysis, they analyze only a single outcome,
인공지능은 아시는
single values. But AI-based method is, we say, machine learning and deep learning. They can identify unknown, hidden patterns that was
어떤 유전자
something new to us.
사람들의 생활 습관,
So lifestyle or life log
사람들의 어떤 설문이나 데이터까지
or questionnaires, test outcomes are all combined and converged. So analysis will be done in most objective way.
다양한
But AI method needs a various set of data,
프로그램입니다.
and they can predict based upon the various set of data. That's why we need to obtain the various data, and once data is now learned,
우리가 상상을 초월한
and then the analysis will be unimaginably accurate.
그 요소들이 있는데요.
There are many risk factors, but why do you think prevention is more important than cure of Alzheimer's disease? What kind of tip we can do to prevent?
특히 이제 치매 관점으로
When it comes to the
지도를
dementia perspective, cognition improvement is the key.
뭐 물론 그래서 다양한 학습 방법이라든지
That's why we can try various learning skills. For example, but in your daily lives,
치매에 도움이
some
됩니다.
say that wine is good for prevention dementia. Some people, it is not true. But mostly this is different based upon your DNA composition.
일방적인 행동을 할 수 있었을 때
So if you know how your DNA looks like, you can have a more personalized one. The brain damage, in brain damage is so-called external damages. Although you have inherited risk factors, from the early on, you have to minimize brain damages. And then you can delay or reduce the onset of the dementia. So brain protection is the first goal. Thank you. Thank you for your fantastic presentation. And please give him a big round of warm applause. On that note, we will wrap up the second session. From now on, we're going to have 1 and 10 minutes lunch break. We will come back at 1 o'clock and we'll talk about the prevention session 3.
1시까지입니다.
So enjoy your lunch. We will come back at 1 o'clock.
네, 지금부터 디멘시아 포럼 X의
Good afternoon.
세 번째 세션을 진행하겠습니다.
We are resuming the third session of Dementia Forum X.
최민 씨의 영상을 보여드리겠습니다.
Before resuming the session, I'd like to play a video clip featuring
관심을 갖고 계신 분이라고 합니다. 여러분 함께 보시겠습니다.
Mr. Park Cheol-yong.
최고의 장단점이가 따라가야죠. 흥이 먼저지라. 한달곰 지가슴 치다 웅담 빠지는 소리하고 자빠졌네. 거렁뱅이 주제.
배우 박철민은 익살꿈?
치매는 참으로 힘들고 슬픈 병입니다. 개인이 가족이 감당하기에는 너무나 큰 병이기도 하고요. 이웃과 사회가 힘을 모아서 치매를 극복하는 그런 세상이 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 치매 환자 여러분, 치매 가족 여러분, 힘내십시오. 화이팅!
네, 아주 짧지만 강렬한 메시지였는데요.
Although short, the message was very strong.
단어 아시죠?
You all know the word, the English word finger, which represents a part of our body. But in Sweden and Finland, since 2012, a dementia preventive program called Finger has been operated. Finger programs aims to prevent dementia without taking a medicine. Several year-long clinical trials and follow-ups have been made
오늘은
to establish the scientific program. So we have Professor Mia Kivihalto at Karolinska University in Sweden, the creator of the Finger program, as a speaker. She's going to talk about how this program helps prevent Alzheimer's disease.
지금 스웨덴은 아주
It is very early
이번 포럼을 위해서 라이브로
early morning in Sweden. Despite such an early hour for this forum, she has prepared her presentation. Please welcome her.
Professor Kivipelto, what time is it over there in Sweden?
It's very early morning. It's 5 a.m. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us so early in the morning, joining us live like this. We're so curious about this Finger program of yours. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you so much. Here are my slides. I hope you can see them now. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today and talk about the prevention. What can we do to prevent dementia and Alzheimer's disease? And I will give a short presentation about the Finger trial and the exciting journey we have started when we are moving from finger to worldwide fingers. And to start with, I think we can say that it's getting clear that dementia and late onset Alzheimer's disease are very complex, heterogeneous and multifactorial conditions. There are several disease mechanisms. It's not only beta amyloid and tau, there is inflammation, there is synaptic dysfunction, there is vascular dysfunction as well. And actually, it has been estimated that only 10 to 30% of AD cases have the pure Alzheimer pathology. All the other cases have more mixed dementia. And we also know from observational epidemiological studies that there are several risk and protective factors throughout the whole life course, and there are interactions between genetic factors. So taken together, we can say that there is a clear prevention potential. There are several targets and time windows for the interventions and for the prevention. Exactly how much we can prevent dementia and Alzheimer's disease is the next question. We do not know yet. There have been different estimates, and the most recent one is from the Lancet Commission paper, estimating that about 40% of dementia is related to these 12 modifiable risk factors listed here. As you can see, we have these traditional vascular metabolic risk factors like diabetes, high blood pressure and obesity at midlife, physical inactivity, depression, smoking, and low education. And then there are also some more novel, new risk factors like hearing loss, traumatic brain injury, high alcohol consumption, social isolation, and air pollution. If we turn this discussion from risk factors to protective factors, can we do something to reduce the risk? Here we have, of course, the healthy, balanced diet, and in general, we can say active lifestyle. We have been also studying some new, even more novel risk factors, not only depression, but also feelings of loneliness and hopelessness. These factors have been getting more and more interest, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we have more the physical distance. Factors like stress and sleep disturbances have been getting more interest. At least at our memory clinic, I see more patients, even younger patients, who have challenges with stress and sleep problems. So we can say activity is good, but brain needs also rest and some sleep. Impaired oral health can be related to dementia through inflammation, infections, and also poor diet. And of course, then infections. There is intensive research going on, for example, to understand what are the effects of the COVID-19 infection on the brain health. Can it even increase the risk of cognitive impairment and dementia? I'm very happy that risk reduction and prevention have been getting a lot of interest by several stakeholders. It has been really seen as the main key element if we want to manage the dementia epidemic globally. And I have been participating in the WHO risk reduction guidelines published last year. You can find guidelines using this webpage, which I have mentioned here. And I think this is really an important document, giving to us the evidence base for different countries, how we can implement this risk reduction work. These WHO guidelines are also giving to us signals, where do we have the gaps in the research? And it's clear that now it's important to try to move from the knowledge, which often comes from epidemiological studies, to clinical trials, and try to develop sustainable implementation. And here I would like to highlight two key components and concepts. One is the multi-domain interventions. Giving this complexity, the multifactorial etiology of dementia, I believe that we need to target several risk factors and mechanisms simultaneously to get an optimal preventive effect. I call this multi-domain intervention. The second important concept is brain plasticity, meaning that everything we are doing is affecting the brain structure and function. And this brain plasticity is still there when we are getting older, so there is a possibility for lifestyle interventions. At the same time, we know now that one size does not fit all. In the future, we need to tailor the interventions to specific risk groups, specific populations, and specific individuals. We all have different risk profiles. And we also need to learn more about the mechanistic foundation so we can tailor the interventions even better. I'm leading the FINGER trial. And this was the first trial in the whole world showing that it is possible to prevent cognitive impairment among at-risk elderly persons from the general population. And in the FINGER trial, we really used this multi-domain intervention. It's like 1 hand and 5 fingers with nutrition, exercise, cognitive training, management of all vascular risk factors, and the social interaction as well. This package was compared with the control group, the regular health advice. And as you can see here, we had totally 1,260 elderly persons between 60 to 77 years who had increased risk for dementia based on different risk factors. Intervention was 2 years. Now we are ready with the 5 and 7 year follow-ups, and I hope to start the 10-year follow-up next year if the COVID-19 pandemic is getting the possibility to that. And I really think the extended follow-ups are important to learn more about the long-term effects of this kind of intervention. Here you can see the main results of the multi-domain finger intervention. Global cognition was getting much better in the intervention group, 25% more improvement. And also all the cognitive subdomains, executive function, how we are planning different things, if we can do some multitasking, 83% more improvement. Processing speed, 150% more improvement, and even memory, 40% more improvement. So this is not only to prevent dementia, these activities, these cognitive domains are really important for daily living for all of us. And on top of that, we could see that both cognitive decline and functional decline was less. There was less risk for functional decline. There was better health-related quality of life. And importantly, 60% lower risk of other chronic diseases, multimorbidity, and linked to that, 20% lower risk of hospitalization. So it's not only brain, it's also beneficial for the whole body, and there are even cost savings related to this. As you may know, ApoE4 is the main genetic risk factor for dementia. And we were very happy to see that ApoE4 carriers got very clear beneficial effect of this intervention. And our very recent findings still impress. We could see that this multi-domain intervention would counteract shortening of the telomeres, again among the ApoE4 carriers. And telomere length is kind of a measure for the cellular aging. So this means that this type of intervention is also having effects on the cellular level, which is very important. And what we are doing now, we are really trying to understand what are the mechanisms of this intervention. Can we see some changes in the brain? Can we visualize changes in beta amyloid, glucose metabolism, markers for inflammation? This is ongoing study, and I hope that this can help us to understand more about the novel molecular signatures and mechanisms, and as I mentioned, help us to tailor the interventions even better in the future. Finally, a few words about the worldwide fingers. Finger has been getting a lot of interest globally, which is really fantastic. And now there are many countries, including Korea, which want to test, adapt, and optimize the finger model in different settings and in different populations. And to really support this movement, we established Worldwide Fingers 2017. I'm the scientific leader of Worldwide Fingers. And here one goal is really to try to have a prospective harmonization of research methods and share experiences, work together. And I think this harmonization is really, really important because that can help us then to compare the results when they are there. And I'm happy to tell you that today, 2020, 3 years after we launched Worldwide Fingers, there are 30 countries from all continents participating in the Worldwide Fingers. Here you can see with dark blue the countries having ongoing trials, and with lighter blue countries who are in the planning phase. If you want to read more about this, I have been writing here the more recent publication describing the network activities. Of course, COVID-19 has been affecting the interventions, but we have been having a lot of meetings trying to solve this situation, trying to find creative ways how we can move on with the interventions, how can we analyze the data despite the pandemic. And again, this has been wonderful teamwork. And as I said, really the key components here is big data, harmonization, sharing, and local adaptations. That is really the key, because if we want to have sustainable interventions, they need to be adapted to the society. And again, this is a wonderful opportunity to collect novel biomarkers, both from the blood, and we have been even planning biomarkers like microbiome. Just one example from the worldwide fingers trials called MIND-AD. What is innovative here is that we are targeting patients who have early Alzheimer's disease based on the prodromal AD biomarker criteria. This is an important patient group because, as you know, we do not have yet any disease-modifying drugs. So it's important to really see how much we can do with lifestyle interventions. And another innovative feature in the MIND-AD is that we are combining finger intervention with medical food. I really think this is the model for the next generation of clinical trials. It's not lifestyle or drugs, it's the combination. And in MIND-AD, we combine finger with the medical food, Fortasyn Connect, that is omega-3 based and having a lot of important nutrients for the brain health. And this is based on our previous studies from lipid diet, where we could show both after 2 years and especially after 3 years that this medical food is having positive effects on cognition, function, and against brain atrophy. So very interesting findings. Again, you can read more from the articles I have listed here. And one more novel trial design which I want to mention. We are updating the finger to Finger 2.0, even more advanced, even more personalized lifestyle model combined with possible disease-modifying drug. In this trial, which we are starting next year, we are using metformin. It's the diabetes medication which have been linked to dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Very exciting trial design, and as you can see, this is a multinational study which I'm leading, and again, showing the way to the next generation of clinical trials where we are combining lifestyle and drugs. And the final note I have is the possibility of using new technology to really facilitate personalized, effective, and feasible interventions and implementation. I would say that the need is especially clear now during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we can't have as much face-to-face in real life visits and interventions. So we need to find ways to use the new technology to support in the self-management and support in the measures. So I'm talking about the concept e-fingers more and more. And we can also use different ways to analyze the big data we are getting. We are having already now wonderful examples like apps, computer-based training, robots, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and clinical decision support. This is really an exciting area for the future. And one final thing I want to mention is our COVID-19 Worldwide Finger Survey, which is also going on in many worldwide finger trials. This is really aiming to map how the pandemic has been affecting elderly persons. Even the indirect effects of the lockdown, more isolation, maybe less physical activity, less optimal management of chronic diseases and risk factors. And we really think this is important because we need to try to minimize the risk for the longer term negative effects, that is also negative risk factors for the brain health. So I'm very happy that many countries are included and involved in this joint effort where WHO is also involved. So my take-home action points. Dementia is a multifactorial complex disorder, And I believe that the multi-domain interventions is the way to go, and we have evidence from FINGER that they are effective and feasible. At the same time, one size does not fit all. We need to move from the complexity to precision prevention and tailor the interventions for specific at-risk profiles. In the future, combination non-pharma and pharma, and using more new technology. And global collaboration between different stakeholders is really the key. And here, sharing experiences and data, harmonization, long follow-ups, and implementation. We are having already enough evidence for many of those risk factors I mentioned that we can move on to the pragmatic prevention programs. At the end, I want to thank all my colleagues who have been participating in these trials and all worldwide FINGERS countries. And I really thank you for the active contributions, and I hope I can visit you in the close future. Please stay safe and healthy and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kivipelto. Thank you so much for joining us so early in the morning for you there in Sweden. That was a very thorough presentation of ways that you are looking into preventing and treating dementia. Thank you very much. 자, 약물을 사용하지 않고 치매를 치료 예방하려는 노력은 우리 국내에서도
Without drugs, efforts to treat and prevent dementia are active in Korea, and recently smartphones and tablets are widely used. Thanks to the VRs and robots are being introduced. For those who have difficulties in visiting institutions, these methods have drawn an attention.
그리고 이런 분들이 집에서 훈련을 지속할 수 있는 그런 분야에도 많은 관심이 이어지고 있습니다. 오늘은 이대 목동병원
So today, Professor Kim Gona at Ewha Women's University Mokdong Hospital will talk about robot-based cognitive intervention.
치료에 대해서 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 김건아 연사님을 큰 박수로
Please welcome Professor Kim Gona with a big hand.
감사합니다. 제가 오늘 말씀드릴 내용은
Today, I'd like to talk about robot-based cognitive intervention for dementia prevention, which I already talked about a lot. However, unfortunately, in clinic, we don't have a solution or agent to treat dementia.
저하라던가 일상생활의 문제 그리고 다양하게 보이는 어떤 행동 증상.
So some of the behavioral symptoms or the cognitive decline literally cannot be treated by a single drug. So some suggested non-drug treatment to enhance people's cognitive function and to improve their mood. So a lot of attention has been paid to non-drug treatment.
정책의 방향이 치매가 있으면 어떤 시설에 보내야 되는 게 아니라.
So we also need to think about policies. For example, living well with dementia in the community is the current direction of policies, dementia policy. However, it's very difficult to accommodate dementia patients at home, and without experts, it is very difficult. It has been very difficult. However, thanks to different technologies, there are many products or systems and solutions which link dementia patients and their families at home with physicians or doctors at hospitals. So this is one of the examples. So all the biosignals and data can be collected and transmitted to a cloud system. All the data can be collected once again, and the data can be analyzed by AI, and the subject robot will provide the service that was embedded through AI, and such information again can be linked to hospitals. So once again, it's it's probably the optimized platform where patients can stay home while receiving services from hospitals. So even before the onset of dementia, these technologies are used even before that, the stage before that. And it also allows caregivers to help and assist dementia patients at home. I was very lucky to get funded by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. So along with dementia patients, for them to enhance their mood, I had a chance to develop studies. So based on the study, to assist their daily life and enhance their cognitive function by training them, came to the form of a robot. It is named after the season spring because it is the season between winter and summer, and the first stage and the fresh period. And it also means a period of growth and recovery and regeneration. So we allows them to play different games, and based on the scores they have, it will be transferred into a data and accumulated. And we also recognize, based on the data, we recognize their facial expression, so what they, how they feel and what they feel, or we can check how much they act, what is the level of their physical activity, and what they do at home. And based on those collected data through machine learning-based AI, along with the consultation of experts, we develop treatment and deliver the treatment programs to patients. So it's a really optimal robot. So this is the robot I just introduced. Sometimes seniors fall down, and the robot recognizes the location of the senior.
사람의 움직임을 감지해 실제로 약을 먹었는지도 판단합니다. 약을 다 드셨네요. 이번엔 부분내 운동을 할 수 있게 도와주고 걸음걸이를 분석해 몸의 이상 여부까지 알려줍니다.
So it was simple, but it's very helpful. So once again, the robot can locate the user and can also check out if the user actually took medicine or not. So once it recognizes a fall down, the robot may send an email or alert to a caregiver or families. So it's really helping and it's assisting daily lives of the senior. There is actually a video clip to play. There are about 20 different programs. There are programs for frontal lobe training and for parietal lobe training and for temporal lobe training, for example, for memory retrieval. So it has a level of 1 to 10. So probably spend an hour for 5 days a week. It may take about 6 months for the senior to go through all the training programs. So once again, it recognizes the facial expression and gesture and body movement and sleep pattern in order to find out the mood of the patient. So the accuracy currently reaches at 92%. And based on the analysis, relevant services will be provided.
가정에서 약 150명의
So for about 150 MCI patients for 12 weeks, we allow them to use the programs. Although these are not the official results,
그냥 평상시대로
but
진행되라고 하고
for 3 months, we let them use these programs and educating them. This would be helpful for your
치료를 한 그룹이고
disease control. And right is the group
사진은 뇌
which received the intervention of the robot.
MRI를 찍어서
And I took the MRI for analysis. On top of it, the blue point
연결성이 좀 감소됐을 때를 제가 파랗게
demonstrate a decline of the connectivity. As the connectivity increased, it is shown as a red box. So the control group demonstrated mostly blue boxes. However, below on the left side, the conventional, which use the analog tools, pencils and pen, there are just a little more red. However, with the intervention, while the intervention of the robot, you can see more red and reddish boxes for this group. So you can see that this robot is effective for those MCI or the early stage of dementia. So currently at 목동 병원, there is a robot cognitive intervention center, and thanks to the support by the Gangseogu district, we have been able to provide this robot cognitive intervention programs to some seniors. So I hope that there could be more support from the government and relative agencies to provide such an intervention. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Actually, I have a couple of questions to ask. Thank you for your presentation. So these are some of the robots you have introduced. Are these robots available in the market and commercialized? I told you there were basically 3 functions, of which cognitive training, cognitive intervention has been commercialized and it's available in the market. So you may use it at home or at an institution. So for those patients or their families, how do they respond to a robot? I mean, they were very new to a robot, so they wonder whether they could actually utilize it. However, once they used it, it was fun and actually easier to maneuver. So during our study and clinical trials, I mean, they were not able to come visit the center due to the pandemic. So they actually used the robot at home, and it helped them. It assisted them. I mean, so I felt it was very meaningful that other than drugs and prescribed drugs, I could give another form of services.
어떤 게 좀 가장 도드라지는가요?
연구에서도 잠깐 말씀드리긴 했지만
As told when I mentioned about the study, so whenever as the patient become used to this program, their cognitive function also improves accordingly. So it's not a teacher. The robot is not a teacher. Rather, it serves as like a grandson. So it actually helps them when going grocery shopping. So it actually motivates them to keep using it, and as a result, their attention ability and cognitive function also improve. I hope that it becomes more popular in Korea, so I hope that it is very easy to access. Thank you very much. Thank you.
아주 치매 아주 새로운 내용들이 많은데요.
So the new aspect of dementia started to be identified. That's the end of this session 3.
네 번째 세션.
We're gonna have a short break before we go to the fourth session, that is treatments. So after 3 minutes, we will come back at 2 o'clock for session 4. Thank you.
자, 이제 네 번째
Now we will continue.
치료를
This is the session 4. It's about treatment. COVID-19 posed many challenges to healthcare, particularly in dementia.
스웨덴은 이번 팬데믹을 통해
Sweden got truly a lot of experience in dementia during the pandemic. So, for this presentation, the speaker will talk about the philosophy of the Sylvia Med because she is now CEO of SCI, and she will also talk about how the government is responsible for supporting families of dementia patients.
사람 중심 돌봄
So Sylvia Hammond's philosophy is the people-centered.
Dear all, my name is Petra Tegman. I'm the CEO of Swedish Care International. It's an honor to be here today to tell you a bit more about Swedish care philosophy. And it's really a pity that I couldn't be there live together with you today. I wish the situation would have been much more better around the world to be able to meet you all, but hopefully next time. I am a nurse. I have a double MSN in palliative care and in dementia care. I have been working in the elderly care field for all my life, 25 years now, basically. And for 17 years, I was a manager and I was running a nursing home for elderly people with dementia. Today, I work as a consultant and a trainer. And as I mentioned, I'm the CEO of Swedish Care International. In today's session, I would like to share with you some Swedish dementia care methodology and also tell you a bit more about the training programs that we provide at SCI. My story related to COVID-19 is that in March and in beginning of April, when Sweden was affected by COVID-19, a lot of the nursing staff got sick and there was a shortage of care personnel. So I decided to go back to nursing in a nursing home. At that site, we had at the moment several residents that were confirmed COVID positive. And unfortunately, there was a huge lack of PPEs in Sweden at this time. So it was very difficult to keep a good hygiene level and protect both ourselves as staff and also other residents in the nursing home. Unfortunately, I got sick myself and was at home for a bit more than a couple of weeks with quite heavy flu symptoms. Now fully recovered though, thankfully. At Swedish Care International, we have education and consultations. We are the main organizer of the Queen Sylvia Nursing Award, which is an international scholarship to lift nursing talents around the world. It is now, at this time, organized in 6 different countries, and we are still expanding, hoping to one day also be able to share an award in Korea. We also are the main host organization for Dementia Forum X, which is a biannual summit that is held here in Stockholm and now, thank to Sam and Rebrain, now also in Korea today. As I mentioned, I wish I could have been there with you, of course. I will tell you now a bit about the Stiftelsen Sylviahemmet, which was once founded and initiated by Her Majesty Queen Sylvia of Sweden back in 1996. This was after she realized her mother was diagnosed with a dementia disease, and she immediately realized how important training and knowledge is for people that are looking after people living with dementia. So Sylviahemmet is today an internationally recognized knowledge center in dementia care, since they train a lot of nurses, doctors, assistant nurses, and physiotherapists, among others. There are training and certification programs for care organizations available internationally by us at Swedish Care International. The care philosophy that Sylviahemmet teaches us is based on the 4 cornerstones from the palliative care perspective. The cornerstones are person-centered care and symptom control. It is family support, it is teamwork, and communication and relationship. And it's all based on an ethical base and an ethical foundation where we all in the staff talk about what is important to be able to provide best kind of quality of life care for our elderly and in specific for people living with dementia. The whole care team is needed for this, and of course we need the family members to be with us. The family members are always the history book for the person living with dementia. They are the ones that can help us give really important information to know how to give the patient the best kind of person-centered care and to expand the quality of life for the person. When it comes to quality of life, that is a difficult wording. There is no real definition for it, since it is very personal. What is quality of life to you, and what is important to you to be able to feel best kind of quality of life? 5 important words that are very often recognized when it comes to quality of life is autonomy, hope and trust, meaningfulness, togetherness, and closeness. These are all important topics to be able to feel good and high level of quality of life. To be able to decide yourself when you need help, what kind of help you need. To be able to feel some kind of hope and trust, even despite the difficult disease you have. How can we help the person living with dementia to feel hope despite his diagnosis? And also to feel trust in people around you, people that are looking after you and providing care for you. Meaningfulness and togetherness are very important. Nobody wants to be lonely. A terrible thing that we have seen related to COVID-19 is how many people have been isolated and been living by themselves, which is crucial to be able to feel meaningfulness and togetherness, so you don't feel loneliness, because loneliness is not good. It is difficult to feel a high level of quality of life if you're feeling lonely. Closeness is also another important aspect. To feel that you have people that care for you and look after you close to you. Despite the difficulties with, for example, COVID-19, we always have to find ways to hold hand and to touch people living with dementia, so they know that they can feel you and they know that you are close to them. Sylvia Hammett E+ certification is a training program that is provided through Swedish Care International. It is based on the Sylvia Hammett care philosophy, and it's mainly online, so it's COVID-19 adapted. We also train some parts face-to-face when it comes to management training and the very important reflection training. This tells you a lot about Swedish know-how and what is important and how can we look after people living with dementia, and what is important when it comes to care for people living with dementia and for family members. We also have e-learning programs that are for care providers and for education programs, which is also based on the Sylvia Hammett care philosophy. These are short lessons with a focus with a lot of practical advices, and it's very user-friendly. We also do consultations, even though it's care, management, operations, or design. It is COVID-19 adapted, obviously related to the situation we're in at the moment. So we now have an adapted online format for anyone to take at any time that is convenient for you. We will adjust. If you are interested in consultations, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us for a 20 minutes free online session at the moment. So looking forward to talk to you all. Thank you very much for this very short presentation, and I hope you will keep in contact and that we can discuss anything of these further. Thank you very much.
네, 잘 봤습니다.
Thank you.
는 시대적 변화와
So she talked about the new crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, and the people-centered care.
개발에는요, 새로운 시도가 주목을
In
받고
the area of AD medicine development, a new approach has drawn an attention. Until today, the AD drug development has focused on clearing beta amyloid in the brain. The recent studies try to enhance the level of immunity for the amyloid not to be created. A new paradigm shift.
세계적인 권위자이자
So a renowned scholar of AD selected as the world top 6 AD expert in the world by Expertscape, Professor Philip Shelton at the UV University Alzheimer Amsterdam Center will join us today. He will talk about AD therapeutic development and drug candidates to watch.
Good morning. Thank you very much for doing this with us practically at the break of dawn for you there in Amsterdam. We really appreciate it. Would you like to start with your talk then?
Yes. So good morning for me, but good afternoon for you in Korea. Hi there. My name is Philip Sheltons. I'm a professor of neurology and director of the Alzheimer's Center in Amsterdam. And it's a real privilege to talk to you here today and to share with you my insights in the Alzheimer's disease drug development. Now I think I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, I will. I hope you can see my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to start. Let me check. Yes. So as we are used to, we have to share our disclosures with you, and from this you can see that I work with a lot of companies, help them designing trials and also execute trials in the space of dementia. In that sense, but it's too many for you to read in one slide. Let me just start by saying that at the moment, in 2020, most of the targets in the biotech sphere in the dementia space are targeted against amyloid, as you can see on this slide. However, you can also appreciate that aside from amyloid, there is also a lot of activity in the tau pathway, the other important protein in Alzheimer's disease. Therapies directed against neurodegeneration in general, neuroinflammation, an upcoming and very important target in the field, and as you can see also a few others. So it's not only amyloid anymore, bear that in mind. Here you can see a few current amyloid beta targeted drugs in phase 2 to 3 and in very early stage of Alzheimer's disease. That's an important thing to note at the moment, that all the trials that are ongoing are now focusing on the earliest stage, as you can see. In red are the trials that already have been stopped, and the other ones are still ongoing. And you can see in the box that most of them are directed against mild or prodromal AD, so very early stages. And this is, I think, very important, because we have learned that if you target the disease too late in the moderate stage, where many symptoms already have occurred and the disease has been there for a long time, usually the results are negative. You can see also that there is a host of therapies ranging from monoclonal antibodies to active vaccination. So it's directed to influence the immune system, either actively by vaccination or passively by using monoclonal antibodies. And this is the landscape of the trials at the moment. And very recently, in Alzheimer's Research and Therapy, this was summarized, and these are the candidates that are currently most likely to be the first near approval in both the US and Europe and the rest of the world. You see that there are 3 antibodies, aducanumab, gantenerumab, and the BAN2401 from Eisai, and they are all sort of given intravenously or subcutaneously over a long period of time. As you can see also, very importantly, the brain penetration of these antibodies, and this is very important, is actually very low. So you have to give a high dose in order to at least let some of the antibody penetrate the brain through the blood-brain barrier. One other completely different therapy, but also directed against amyloid beta, is the Alzion, ALZ801, which is an oral solution and is actually a reformulation of an old drug, tramiprosate, that has been tested in the past. And this one is now much more biologically available. As you can see, 40% enters the brain, basically, and it has also a very early and very quick brain peak level already in the brain after 1 week, while in the other monoclonal antibodies it takes much longer to reach that state. So I think these are the 4 candidates, and we will hear from them in the coming years. And this is actually quite near. As you can probably remember, the aducanumab results had a little bit of a sort of a difficult story because the trial was stopped in March 2019, and in October 2019 came breaking news because from a reanalysis of all the data, it appeared that at least one of the trials, the EMERGE trial, was positive clinically, while the other one was doubtful whether it was possible. But as you can appreciate on the left, both of the studies had an enormous impact on the reduction of amyloid plaques in the brain, which is extremely important to note that for the very first time we have a treatment that actually reduces the amount of amyloid by 30 to 40% in the brain over time. So it actually really hits the target and really modifies the disease. But to expect a clinical benefit, that takes much, much longer. And as you can see here in this particular trial, the EMERGE trial, only after 72 to 84 weeks, there is a change, there is a difference here in the placebo slope versus the active, the placebo slope here versus the active slope here. It starts to change here only. So I think that is really important to note, that these sort of therapies, and the other ones will follow, the BAN and the gantenerumab, they really hit the target, but it takes a long time for the clinical symptoms to change over time. So that actually was very, very interesting. And aducanumab, the company Biogen, went to the FDA for registration. And as you can see on the left, there was a lot of sort of controversy in the field, and people sort of either thought that it was not enough, and other experts thought that this is really enough for us to have this new therapy licensed by the FDA. So on November 6th, just 2 weeks ago, there was a hearing where the experts were heard, and there were very differing opinions. And we will know only in March next year whether the FDA will grant acceptance of this new drug on the market. I must say, if this happens, it is really a breakthrough, because it will be the first therapy since almost 20 years on the market. But of course, there are many questions that remain to be answered. It will be probably a real jeopardize to the healthcare system, because these are intravenous therapies. What will the cost be, and which population actually is best to treat? My prediction is that this will not be beneficial for the whole population of Alzheimer's disease patients. So we have to select, as experts, we have to select which patients are the most eligible for this treatment. Because of course there are also side effects, and you need to take care very well of your patients in order to protect them against the side effects and to follow up the treatment over time. But I think here this speaks of hope. There is the possibility to have a treatment in the next first half of the next year. And if not, the other ones will follow really quickly from there. But as was the introduction as well, there is much more going on besides and outside of the amyloid. So if you take here the whole sort of potential drug targets in neurodegenerative diseases, here you have in the middle a target like amyloid or tau or any other protein. But around that protein, many things are ongoing in the brain at the same time. There is synaptic dysfunction. There is aging of the cell itself. There is inflammation and microglial activation. There is mitochondrial dysfunction. And of course, there are many genetic factors that also play a role in how the disease progresses, how the disease presents itself. And I can tell you that the diversity in the therapeutic approaches to act on all these mechanisms are huge. We are now doing trials with small molecules. We are now doing trials with antisense therapy, which you have to give through a lumbar puncture. Gene therapy is being developed. Stem cell therapy is being developed. RNA interference and monoclonal antibody, as I showed you. So there's much more ongoing than before, and I must say that the field has never been as active as before. You can see this on this slide. You can see over the period of time there are many more agents that are tested, and there are many more clinical trials that are ongoing. Here is a very busy slide. You don't have to try to read this, but this is just to illustrate that there are many drugs in the pipeline currently. And this is the outer ring is the phase 1, the phase 2, and the phase 3. As you know, phase 3 is the last part that is needed for confirmation of efficacy. But there is a lot of activity in phase 2, as you can see, and it's not targeted only to amyloid. There is tau, there is synaptic plasticity, there is the vascular part of the disease, genetic and epigenetic factors. A whole host, as I showed you in the previous slide, is actually being developed at the moment as we speak. So this is really very important to note. As you can see here, this is phase 2, and the phase 2 is the phase where you try to know the dose and know the side effects and know a little bit about the effect. And phase 3 is actually to expand on that and to prove that the effect is there. There are a lot of agents in phase 2, of which a lot of them are disease modifying, but not only. There are also therapies being developed on neuropsychiatric symptoms, agitation, depression, psychosis, and also symptomatics, which is really very important. I think also in the future we will always need symptomatic therapy. You can see here that in the majority in phase 2 is disease modifying, and in phase 3 there is less of the disease modifying therapy, and there are more therapies already in phase 3 directed at neuropsychiatric symptoms and symptomatic cognitive enhancers. So this is actually, again, inflammation, metabolism, vascular, synaptic plasticity, amyloid. There is a whole range of therapy that is being developed. And now I'm going to show you two interesting and promising examples from Asia, one from China and one from Korea. And I will start with the exciting development that took place in China, where Green Valley developed a new type of drug, which is actually completely different, a drug targeted on changing the gut microbiome, and it's called sodium oligomanate. And this is the phase 2 results on the left side, and this was published really very recently, a couple of weeks ago. The idea behind it is that in Alzheimer's disease, the microbiome of the gut is disturbed. It's what is called dysbiosis. So in Alzheimer's disease, not only in the brain, but also in the gut, things have changed. And you know there is the gut-brain axis. So everything that happens in the gut has a direct relevance for things that happen in the brain, especially in the inflammatory process. So if things are changing in the microbiome in your gut, it influences the inflammation in your brain. And this has happened in Alzheimer's disease. It has been proven in animal models. And what the drug does, it changes the microbiome from Alzheimer's disease patients to normal patients. By doing this, it influences the inflammatory pathway in the periphery and centrally, and hence it changes the amyloid load in the brain, and it also changes inflammatory processes in the brain, and also changes, they think and they hope, also symptoms. And this was shown in the phase 2 trial, where you see the placebo group here declining over time. So first of all, a little bit of an improvement and then staying stable, but the treated group actually improved, and in the end the effect was statistically significant. This was only phase 2. In China, they did a phase 3 only in China with one dose, 450 milligram, and this was really interesting. This is not published yet. They should publish this soon. And here you can see that the placebo group actually also improved in the beginning, but declined over time, as we see many times. This is the placebo response, but the active group with the oligomanate actually stayed over time and improved over time and stayed improved. Of course, this is important to note. This is only one study. It was done in China only. It was in mild to moderate AD patients, but still the difference is there. Of course, this needs to be replicated. And this is the good news today I can share with you, is that the green memory trial has been started. It started in the US, it will be done in Europe, and it will be done in China starting next year. It will be a huge study with 1,000 individuals in mild to moderate AD stages, and have the same endpoints as the Chinese trial. Again, this is just an example to stipulate that other types of therapy, other types of mechanisms, in this case the microbiome and the neuroinflammatory pathway in the brain, are being tested in Alzheimer's disease with hopefully good results. I'm also particularly excited to tell you that also in Korea, which I think Korea is a booming country in terms of drug development, and this is only one example, but a very promising example from the Korean company Genvax, and they have developed a therapy which is called GV101, and this is actually based on the idea that the enzyme telomerase maintains the length of telomeres, which is the end of the chromosomes, and has anti-inflammatory, antioxidative, and also cellular protective effects. It is a drug that comes from oncology field and has been shown to have these effects also in the brain, which is very interesting. So this is also over therapeutic indications. People are starting using interesting therapies from oncology, for instance, into Alzheimer's. And here this was tested, and this was presented in October 2019 at CTAD, and this is currently under review. A very interesting study that they did with this compound in severe Alzheimer's disease. So patients who were further down the road in cognition, and that's why they use this severe impairment battery. And as you can see clearly here in this figure, and this is, of course, when you use patients that are more severely affected, they will go down on this severe impairment battery if you do nothing. This is placebo. And interestingly, the 2 doses of GV101 actually maintained the group over time and a stable performance on the severe impairment battery, which is hopeful and which is important, because for this group, none of the drugs have ever shown anything meaningful. This is another, this is the CDR, which is a little bit more designed for the earlier stages of the Alzheimer's disease, but you can also apply it to severe Alzheimer's disease. Here you can see deterioration in the placebo group over time, and you see, especially in this particular dose range, you see a flattening of the curve. So this is corroborating the earlier result. Again, this is very exciting for 2 reasons, because it's a completely different approach. It's a different population, and it holds promise for the future. And the future will be developed more, and I'm very pleased to say that I will try to help this company to do this and to test this in milder AD patients over a longer period of time, not only in the US but also in the EU, and of course also in Korea. And they are planning now a phase 3 study in Korea, and of course the use of biomarkers. And I think it's very important to note that also in Korea there are companies developing biomarkers, like for instance People Bio, that are really on the forefront of the field anymore at this moment. So, and this brings me to the conclusion that I think we are now in the time in Alzheimer's disease which is really exciting. I would say we are at a turning point, because we have drugs that are near registration by FDA and EMA and other bodies in other countries. And this is targeted to amyloid. But there are many, many more shots on goal needed, and these are being tested as we speak. I also have to warn you that no single therapy will succeed. I think Alzheimer's disease is such a complex disease that we will have to have many therapies at the same time. So we're thinking of combination therapies, amyloid, anti-inflammatory therapy, anti-tau, for instance, also protecting synapses. And I think combination therapies we will see in the next 10 years. What I also like to stress is that real innovation comes from biotech companies, not from the big pharma, I have to say. So what I have seen over the last few years, and it is an enormous amount of innovation in smaller companies, and I must say, I congratulate some of the Asian countries, especially Korea, Japan and China, for being very innovative, because a lot of the innovation comes from those small biotech companies from especially Korea and other countries. So I would end with saying that I think the future looks much, much brighter than the past. We have come from a long way, and we have to do a better job than before, but for sure the future looks much brighter than the past from a drug development perspective. And with that, I thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any question that you want to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sheltons, for that. It's very hopeful news that there could be a cure in the future. You talked about how these Chinese companies and Korean companies are actually making quite a lot of progress in the development of drugs. Do you see anything particular about these maybe Asian biotech companies that are actually helping them to progress in this field?
Well, what I think is the spirit is very innovative, I would say, and they are also not sort of, they are willing and daring also to look sort of to go out of the regular path and to think out of the box. I think that's very important to note, and they have bright ideas, and they also act very swiftly, quickly, and they do things very efficiently. And that's not to say that we are not doing that in Europe or the US, but I'm really admiring the accuracy and the swiftness and the speed with which things are going in Korea and also in China and other countries.
So final word, how long do you think, did you mention 10 years perhaps before we actually have something that's really working?
Yeah, it's always very difficult to, and also dangerous to mention any time of the year. And in the past in the Netherlands, I have said that I will not stop working and will not retire before there is a treatment. Now, of course, retirement, sort of the age, fortunately, also sort of increases. But I think we will see the first registration of a drug for Alzheimer's disease. It can be aducanumab, but it can also, one of the other candidates will be within 4 to 5 years at least. And within 10 years, I think we will have multiple therapies for Alzheimer's disease.
Good to hear, good to hear. Well, thank you, Professor Sheltons, for joining us this early in the morning for you. We really appreciate it. Goodbye.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Bye-bye.
자, 여러분, 아주 좀 희망이 좀 생기네요.
So, this presentation made us really hopeful. Have you ever heard about digital therapeutics? Digital therapeutics is the new way of treating diseases and symptoms by using high-quality software. It is led by government-funded Hospital Business Innovation Center project. Korea University, Korea Hospital, and startups are working on that. They are using big data, AI, medical devices, and smart medicine delivery systems. For this presentation, we will invite orthopedic surgeon of the Korea Hospital and CEO of OrthoHeal, Dr. Song Hae-ryung will make a presentation about the digital therapeutics and smart health platform. Please welcome him with a big round of warm applause. Thank you for your kind introduction. So I will now get down to the business without introducing myself. I am an orthopedic surgeon and I'm CEO of a startup called OrthoHeal. I'm a director of a hospital-based innovation center. There are 5 hospital-based innovation centers, and these centers are collaborating with the 3 regional biocenters, Daejeon, Gimhae, and Dongguk University. Korea Biohealth Incubation Network has a total of 641 startups, and we set up the doctorpreneurs. So under which we have 80, 300 under the regional clusters, 200 under the company innovation center. So a total of 641 startups, and 50% of them are engaged in the big data and digital therapeutics. So our goal is to establish an open platform for hospital-company collaboration. So for the critical success factor is to find the unmet needs of clinical practices at the beginning of R&D planning so that we can prevent or minimize trial and errors. It is funded by the Minister of Welfare and Health. So the definition of digital therapeutics is to use software as a medical device. So that is the first ever of its kind, and that will be approved by the Minister of Health. In the past, we had a symptom-based or reference-based medical care, but in the future, we'll rely on big data, AI, digital healthcare. That is the new wave of transformation. The U.S. already approved the depressive disorder, anxiety, drug addiction, etc. for software. So hypertension, cancer, digital therapeutics after the cancer are all approved as a part of digital therapeutics. We call it smart healthcare platform for integrated. So wearable devices monitoring, we say IOMT for tracking services, and after they are discharged, they put on their smartphone on the wrist, so the real-time monitoring will be available. So within the premises, we use the wearable devices and big equipment. Big data will be uploaded on the cloud. So EMR chart will be all converged. That will be transformed into the big data AI. We are working with 81 hospitals to develop AI. You see that dementia-related diseases such as cognitive disorder, chronic disease, sarcopenia, arthritis are all included in the dementia. So if you put on wearable devices, bionic big data collection systems will be established. So its sensor technologies of wearable devices will be now materialized. Currently, we are working with 20 odd companies. So smart wearable medical devices like a body, throughout the body for collecting big data using VR, AR technology, in-soul smart watches, cardio patches. Awesomepedia, for example, develop VR, AR contents for treating senile dementia, negative feelings, and medical devices. And for concentration improvements and stress relief, OmniCNS company developed the system, so MindCare headsets, VR masks, software, in order to improve concentration, stress relief. And Demand, the company, developed these therapeutic applications which can provide various self-management features such as reminiscent recalling, prediction of falling down. In collaboration with the US company, Luxid Labs made an attachment for VR headsets which can collect cognition biometric signals. And games will be provided based on brain waves. Discry has developed a mental health platform with AI matching learning and wellness training, and your mood journal and mood tracking is also available. Next is digital therapeutics for musculoskeletal system arthritis. Giron, the second ever in the world, they put the smart insoles in the shoes so that activity tracker is also possible. Data from the insole was transferred to your smartphone and mobile applications. So the companies are housed here. They develop smartwatches, in-body hand grip dynamometer, device unification module. So they provide a new gateway for the clear treatments. Semi-solution, they developed the so-called converged system by obtaining signals from many wearable devices. You see, the seniors will experience breakdown of the joint cartilage, and then it will lead to psychophilia. Because of less physical activities, we will combine all the data. There will be now turned into the big data, and personalized, precise intervention will be delivered on your mobile phones. The various wearable devices can evaluate muscle power gait patterns, and solutions will be found in ultrasound and ear tone phoresis. Digital therapeutics can be applied in exercise and food therapy. So using mobile phones, the information will be now transferred. And HoloWorks developed 5G AR surgery training solutions for total hip arthroplasty. So real-time operation will be available. And chronic disease, Hunio developed a smartwatch and cardio patch for monitoring arthritis. 2,000 clinical trials are on the way. Wellness developed S-Patch, single-channel patch, cardio wearable patch to monitor heartbeat. So direct communication can be possible between patients and doctors. ChomCare developed wearable device for monitoring blood pressure. So on-tact measurement of the blood pressure can be possible. 3E developed customized health solution to measure AI toxin in iris to screen chronic diseases. UMI Optics developed AI-based fundus camera. It can give on-site on-tag diagnosis. It's easy to shoot an image for non-professionals. UXN developed a continuous glucose monitoring system using microneedle patch. So the 1 week-long measurement will be saved and transferred to doctors and patients' smartphones. And warning alarm can be given in case of high blood glucose levels. And electronic also prescriptions may be possible. Lamix, they don't have to collect the blood. They can analyze the elements in the blood. It's good for the needle-afraid patients. It's also on display. It's gotten lots of attention right now. That's how we build up the platform. And also the new MOU was clinched between Korea University, Korea Superior, and Global Life Insurance Company. Because inevitably we have to partnership with the banking institutions and insurance companies for bigger market. So for 1 year, this MOU was ongoing. And 3 companies finally successfully commercialized after in collaboration with this global insurance company. So the Association of Korea Doctorpreneur and Korea Digital Therapeutics Cooperative and Global Life Insurance Company are working together to develop digital therapeutics in this ecosystem. When the BioKorea 2020 was held, we held the online exhibitions. We showcased the hospital-based innovation center startup exhibition. So for the first time, we developed the councils so that doctors, as well as entrepreneurs, they are now comprising. But those activities are pretty much active in the U.S. So I was also appointed the first chairman. For the digital therapeutics, the most advanced country is in the U.S. The U.S., they have doctorpreneurs, and also there are a lot of networking among the doctors who started their own businesses. Interviews are also uploaded. The most successful is that they are the cardiovascular physician. So also he bought up the most expensive building in Washington, D.C. And these investors, paramedicals, all the players in the field now develop the Society for Physician Entrepreneurs, the most active doctor startup association. So we are about to now start the digital therapeutic the network. So startups, academics, professors, we had lots of meetings with the countries around the world. And that's why we went to Canada during Mars Innovation Center exhibitions. People around the world, Innovation Center, they was allocated 3 times more budget than the general hospitals. We had the MOUs for the exchanges of the scholars, but it was now put on hold because of COVID-19. We went to Germany. You see that the hot issue here is the wearable devices. Some mid-income countries like Israel, this is really hot topic. We went to also Innovation Center in Finland, and we also engaged in the exchange programs. We also went to Sweden to hold a BioCluster Forum. And that's how we participate in the Dementia X Forum held by Her Majesty Queen Sylvia. And that's how we end up meeting in Sweden and Seoul, and we held this forum. And we had MOUs with the many companies in Sweden. That's how we organized the Digital Therapeutics Symposium last year. And it had very good feedbacks and good reviews. 1,600 people actually was online. Yesterday we had a meeting. So diagnosis of cognitive impairment, smart healthcare, musculoskeletal instrumentation, digital therapeutics, chronic disease, smart healthcare were the topics, to name a few. This morning, I also had a short talk with the ambassador of Sweden to Seoul. Spring or fall will be the time where we are about to have the meeting, so that we will talk about convergence of the IT technology and medical care technologies. To the end, we will work together. Thank you. I'm looking forward to many expectations. I have one question. You introduced many technologies. What do you think is the most promising as the digital therapeutics in your own personal opinion? The most promising one is VR AR for cognition impairment.
저희들이 이제
It was covered a lot.
많이 하고 있습니다.
We performed lots of the clinical trials at the startups. VR AR is used for the exercises. VR will be widely applied. VR AR can cause dizziness. If it can be better, and then it will be widely applied, transforming the whole landscape of the healthcare. So also I have some expectations. Once again, please give him a big round of applause for his excellent presentation. Thank you. So in the previous prevention session, Mia Käbi-Peltola talked about the finger program in Sweden. We have a Korean version of that. That is the Super Brain 3-month-long program. The Super Brain is optimized for the Korean elders. It is quite good for the aged 60 to 75 with dementia risk factors. So, Professor Choi Sung-hye of Ina University Hospital, the Super Brain developer, will talk about the Korean dementia prevention program Super Brain. The presentation should have been made in the morning, but she had a class in the morning, so she just made it to this forum. So please welcome her with a big round of warm applause. Good afternoon. I am Choi Sung-hye. I'm a neurologist at Ina University Hospital. Today I'm going to talk about multi-domain lifestyle interventions to prevent dementia.
토탈 프로그램이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 한국형 치매
So Korean dementia prevention program,
잘 아시겠지만
as you know, improved lifestyle can reduce the prevalence risk factors by 40%. But to do so, before you reach 65, you have to treat your hypertension, obesity, hearing loss, and you have to wear hearing aid, and you have to also manage your brain damage. You should not be subject to the car accident and excessive alcohol consumption. It means that if you drink more than 2 glasses wine or 3 bottles of strong liquor a week, that is the strong consumption of alcohol. And for the age 65 and above, you have to quit smoking. You have to do something with depression, lack of exercise. You retire, and then you will have social intervention, and then the risks will get higher. For example, you go to the social activities, and air pollution and diabetics. Those are the risk factors. If you get those risk factors under control, and the prevalence rate will be reduced by 40%. What an amazing idea. So disease-modifying risk factors must be under control. That was covered, I'm sure, by the Dr. Mia fingerprint. So if the multi-domain intervention can improve your brain activity, cognitive therapeutics, and physical activity and nutritional counseling for 2 years, their cognition function is significantly better than the groups otherwise. But we cannot just paste and copy from these Western types because we have different cultures, languages, and dietary habits. For example, everyone knows that olive oil is good, but not in Korea. And social circumstances are also different. We have the dementia assurance centers, we have welfare centers, we have elderly centers. We have a very wide network of these social networks.
곳에서 하는 프로그램들이 필요하고요.
And those programs are also needed in the private sector. Go to the gym. Instead of going to the gym, they prefer to walk around home.
기관에 오셔가지고
And they also prefer to go to the exercise programs in the public institutions.
기구에서도
As this WHO also mentioned that the country-specific programs are strongly recommended before they are applied. That's why we came up with the Super Brain program, Dementia Prevention Program.
네, 한번 보여주시죠. 동영상을 보시면 제일 쉬우니까요.
슈퍼브레인 혈관관리 프로그램은 의사와 간호사 상담을 통해 개별적으로 치매 위험 요인을 관리하는 프로그램입니다. 규칙적으로 혈압, 혈당, 콜레스테롤, 체중, 보기, 음주 및 흡연 여부를 측정하고 평가하여 목표를 관리하고 목표에 도달하지 못할 때는 개별적으로 추가 교육을 진행합니다. 슈퍼브레인 인지훈련 프로그램은 전문가가 개발한 전산화 소프트웨어를 통한 인지훈련 프로그램입니다. 태블릿 PC를 활용하여 기억력, 주의력, 집행기능, 시공간 능력 등 다양한 인지 영역을 강화하도록 구성되어 있으며 개인처럼 흥미롭게 활동할 수 있고 태블릿 PC 사용이 어려운 경우는 책자를 활용할 수도 있습니다. 슈퍼브레인 신체 운동 프로그램은 전문가가 개발한 체계적 유산소 운동 및 근력 강화 운동 프로그램입니다. 운동 치료사와의 1:1 교육을 통해 올바른 운동 습관을 기르고 노인에게 최적화된 그룹 운동 활동을 진행합니다. 슈퍼브레인 영양관리 프로그램은 전문가가 개발한 치매 예방 식단을 소개하는 프로그램입니다. 영양사와의 1:1 상담을 통해 식생활 습관을 올바르게 개선합니다. 슈퍼브레인이 제안하는 치매 예방 대표 식단은 야생견과류, 즉 야채, 생선, 견과류, 과일, 올리브유입니다. 슈퍼브레인 동기 강화 프로그램은 임상심리사와의 상담과 교육을 통해 동기를 유발하고 사랑하는 가족, 친구, 동료들의 응원 메시지를 보면서 동기를 강화하며 자율적 활동 평가에 따른 보상을 통해 지속적으로 동기를 유지합니다.
기억력은 더 나빠지진 않았대. 뭐 가서 물건 다 찾는 건 금방 찾아.
여기 와서 그 인지 훈련을 하니까 전에는 제가 방금 여기서 얘기한 거를 다른 얘기하다가 그 다음에 물어보면 몰랐어요. 없어졌다고 찾아내는 그런 훈련을 하니까 조금 전에 했던 게 살아나는 것
여기
같습니다.
들어와서 정말 행복하. 제가 제2 인생을 살고 있습니다. 지금 가족도 저를 좋아하고 손주들도 할머니하고 좋아하고 그래서 제가 사실은 여기 다니고부터 좋아졌다고 변화가 많이 왔다고. 그래 정말 추천한다면 제가 도시락 싸들고 선전하고 이런 데가 있다는 걸 알리고 싶습니다.
어렵고 힘들게만 느껴졌던 치매 예방. 슈퍼브레인과 함께라면 가능합니다. 지금 등록하세요.
예, 그래서 저희는 이제
So what we did is, as the Bia Pepelt mentioned that, we are part of the research networks.
이제 저희가 갔다 왔었고
We also went to the conference there.
프로그램을 만들고 또
We
효과를
would like to come up with a very efficient program, and the efficacy need to be also proved.
그래서
So we conducted the
저희가 나이가
studies. The target group is ages 60 to 79 years old, have at least one modifiable dementia risk.
했고요. 전국적으로 한 8개 기관이
8 agencies also participated.
개발한
Under our program, we have a facility-based one and a home-based one. Facility-based one is that people come to the facility, so twice a week they do exercise, recognition training, and blood pressure also exercise. For the home-based one, 1 or 2 a week. But for the remaining time, they are given tablet PC or brochures and booklets. They do exercise at home, cognition training, nutritional management at home for 6 months. The result is that through the randomized control groups of 151, so 50 groups came to the institutions, 51 came to the institutions 1 or 2 a week. For the remaining group, they did not participate. As you see that, they did lots of fun, as you see in these video clips. So the retention rate is pretty much high. 99% actually finished the program, and their adherence rate is very high. On average, 90% across all intervention domains of each FMI and HMI groups. They do all these cognition training, social activities, physical exercise, nutrition, and motivational enhancement. So we study the changes before and after. Grade 1 control group is a bit worse. We have Albans index scores. But the red bar is the facility one, but the scores now get better by 5 scores. So the total scale index score are significantly improved in each group, FMI group and HM group, compared to the control group. Particularly, their memory span is also get better. Their blood pressure going down, fat level is also going lower, and quality of life is getting better. And from the brain, we have the BDLF. This is the neuron protecting materials in the brain, and that amount is also increased in there. When you are stressed out, the cortisol hormone is also released. The HMI group, the cortisol level is also decreased. Adverse effect is also pretty much low. For example, shoulder pain for 1, knee pain and abdominal pain for 1, respectively. Other groups, they enjoyed without any adverse effect. So in conclusion, the superbrain programs are applied to either facility or home-based groups. They have lots of fun in complying with this program. BDNF is good for brain, also released, and cortisol level is also lowered. Thank you. Thank you. I have a question.
핑거 프로그램을 혹시 들어보셨는지 모르겠습니다. 네, 아시죠? 네.
Do you know the finger program? I do know. So compared to this finger program, what is the big difference?
일단 저희가 동기 강화 프로그램
The motivational enhancement program is in our Superbrain program. Although you do your effort, you have to do it every day. So sustainability is really important. Like you take medicine every day. Nutrition program, cognitive program, you have to participate every day. To motivate them, to enhance their motivation, we have a motivational program that was developed. It was applied. That's why compliance and adherence was quite high. But the fingerprint, the adherence rate is lower than our superbrain. As you see, that more than 95% participated throughout the program. And most of all, dietary habits and exercise are all accommodated or adjusted to the Korean seniors. Well, finger has the worldwide finger, while E finger are now on the way in parallel.
슈퍼브레인을 외국에 보급할 이런 계획이라든가.
Is there any plan to disseminate Korean superbrain to countries around the world?
월드와이드 핑거,
Worldwide finger
핑거도
or finger developed by finger, development will not be made just literally, but the overall framework architecture that will be now disseminated.
것이 아시안 쪽이랑은 좀 많이 비슷할 수
I think that the Korean version of this finger superbrain that will serve as a model,
형이 약간 그
the home-based one is pretty much similar to the E finger because at home, twice a week, you do your cognitive training using your tablet PC. Next year, I plan to
더 언택트, 더
more untact program that will be done at home as the post-COVID-19 program. That is for the seniors or people aged 50, although we don't have any symptoms. It is possible.
이제 치매를 예방한다는 것.
But as a part of the prevention of dementia, that's our primary goal. Usually our target group is the age 60 and above. So our target age group primary is the age 60 and above. Because before that, they still don't retire. And this is a part of a compensation for lack of physical activities. In developing these programs, what is the biggest challenge?
아무래도 이제 저희가 150명 어르신을 대상으로 했는데
We recruited 150 for the groups. We did it quite good,
저희가 이제 한
rapidly. But in the future, we plan to recruit 2,000.
연구를 하려고 하는데 그렇게 또 많은 어르신들을 대상으로 연구를
If we conducted on this big number of the seniors, that will be the biggest hurdle and challenge.
수업 끝나고
Thank you for coming to this conference right after you finish your class. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
이번 4번 그러니까 네 번째
Now, the fourth session, we have to wrap up.
보신 배우 이순재 씨와 함께
In the movie Romance, she also starred in the movie. The actress Jung Young-suk will also film these congratulatory messages.
영화 로망으로 인사드렸던 정영숙입니다.
날 알아요?
아주 잘. 뭐 엄마 저렇게 되니까 좀 미안한 마음이 생겨요.
치매도 얼마요? 나한테 뭐 하고 싶었던 말 없어요?
반가워.
나도요.
영화 촬영을 준비하다가 직접 치매를 겪고 계신 분들이 모여 계시는 곳에 한번 가보았어요. 거기서 가서 느낀 점은 이분들이 외로우셔서 이렇게 하신 걸 하니까 그런 생각이 들었습니다. 또 치매 역할을 해보면서 가까이에 함께 할 수 있는 사람의 소중함과 이게 남의 일이 아니다 하는 그런 생각이 들더라고요. 아직까지 치매는 치료가 안 되는 병이잖아요. 그래서 치료가 될 수 있는 날이 꼭 왔으면 좋겠다는 그런 바람으로 함께 가져왔습니다. 치료가 된다면 정말 큰 힘이 되고 얼마나 희망이 되겠습니까? 우연히 알게 된 그 디멘시아 포럼 X 이야기를 들어보니 그 스웨덴의 실비아 왕비님께서 실제로 치매에 걸리셨던 노무가 계셔서 곁에서 간병하시던 경험을 바탕으로 이런 행사가 시작되었다고 하더라고요. 그래서 그 치매의 심각성을 근본적으로 해결해보자 다양한 일들을 하셨는데 그 중에 하나가 바로 디멘시아 포럼 X였어요. 정말 너무 감동적이었습니다. 그런데 그런 행사가 실제로 우리 서울 코엑스에서 11월에 열린다고 하니까 정말 반갑습니다. 치매는 정말 우리 모두의 일이기에 많은 관심이 필요하다고 생각합니다. 그래서 그 시작의 한 걸음을 이번 디멘시아 포럼 X와 전시회에 함께 해주셨으면 정말 고맙겠습니다. 치매를 이겨내는 유익한 정보를 서로 공유하면서 함께 이야기를 나누면서 더 좋은 삶의 질을 만들어 나가야죠. 마지막으로 치매와 함께 열심히 살고 계신 모든 분들 항상 응원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 배우 정영
Thank you.
씨님의 아주
That is a message from actress Jung Young-soo. Very touching,
이제
and she's so beautiful.
오늘의 마지막 세션에 이제 저희가 도달했는데요.
Now we are reaching the last session, session 5, care.
그래서 이제 오늘 이렇게 많은 분들이 함께 해주시지는 못하셨는데요.
Although we are not joined by many people, but it's a really pity. I learned a lot about dementia, and also I thought about preparation before I developed this.
보시고 마지막으로 아주 소중한 얘기들을 들을 것인데요.
So now we're going to listen to very insightful presentations. The first presenter
스웨덴으로 연결해서
is
듣도록 할 텐데
Sweden.
한국인들에게 스웨덴 하면은
When it comes to the Sweden, what
단어가 있죠.
words come to your mind first?
단어도 떠오르고요.
Neutral country,
차로는 볼보,
Volvo,
먹거리로는 연어,
salmon,
또 한 회사가 있습니다.
and one more company.
스웨덴 하면은 딱 나오는 그런 대명사가
When you hear the word Sweden, that comes to your mind directly.
434
In 52 countries, there are 434 stores. That is the representative home furnishing companies IKEA. IKEA did not target one specific age group. They now started to focus on universal design for everybody. So now let me invite Britt Monti, the range design leader at IKEA, and she will talk about what process will make this universal design and what is the project a part of the Queen Sylvia initiated.
Ms. Britt, yes, Monty, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Good morning from Sweden. It's
Yes.
very early and it's pitch dark outside.
Oh, thank you so very much for doing this with us so early in the morning for you.
No problem at all.
We really appreciate it. I myself am a big fan of IKEA, so I'm very interested in this particular session with you. Now, why? I mean, well, actually, before I ask you any questions, I think I'd like you to lead off with your talk first.
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. So, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I really want to thank you for inviting me to this. It's a big privilege. And yeah, I would like to start to share with you how the home furnishing company, IKEA, is working with the range in order to be more inclusive. We want to include people with different functional needs. People in all ages and stages in life need to be accommodated. By looking into the needs of the aging population, we will also cater to the needs of everyone else. That's the beautiful thing about this. Built-in ergonomics, safety, comfort, affordability in beautiful products is attractive to everyone. So in the process, we could also see many similarities with the needs of children as well, and people with some kind of temporary or permanent functional need. And just being pregnant makes you vulnerable and in need of support. So there are many, many, many similarities among people. And to talk about inclusive design, I would like to mention the best example of inclusive design. Has anyone considered that actually sliding doors were actually once designed for people in wheelchair to be able to have access to shopping malls and buildings? And today, we just take it for granted. So this is a fantastic example of inclusive design. Okay, so now I will tell you a little bit about our project, and we can flip to the next page. Thank you. So we have developed a range called Omtänksam. It's hard to pronounce, but it means caring in Swedish, which means that we wanted to have something not just for people of age. We wanted to cater to the needs of all our customers. So this project started 5 years ago. Every year we conduct studies over the world and around us. What are the global macro trends? What are the major movements in the world? And how do they affect people's life at home and their home furnishing needs? So what we could see, among other things, was a huge rise in the aging population all over the world. People get older in best case and continue to live in their own home. Instead of moving into a nursing facility, they are being cared for in their own homes. And the home environment is not equipped for aging. Falling accidents are increasing in alarming numbers. Because when you start to make your home, you don't really have any thoughts about, oh, is this going to work when I get older, or when I break a leg or get arthritis? So with these insights, it's quite obvious that IKEA needed to take a new and different approach in designing products. However, I want to emphasize we did not want to define a specific age group or customer group, because nobody wants to be defined by someone else. We wanted to develop user-friendly products for all our customers, and regardless of age and condition. So people in general, they like built-in ergonomy, safety, and smartness. So then we can take the next page. I'm getting fantastic help here. So, so it's actually me sitting in the armchair there, and we wanted IKEA is always keen on being economic, and so I had to be the model for some of our ad campaign here. By learning from the needs of older people and people with functional needs in any condition, we will gain great insights, and that will impact the whole range. It's a new approach on how to design and develop our products, as well as the whole customer journey. So we needed to consider a number of things, like the weight of the package. Is the package easy to read? How is it to assemble? Is it even possible to assemble? And many, many things like that. So all these needs, they need to be explored further. But we wish, the whole idea is that we want people to overcome challenges that make it difficult to enjoy an independent everyday life. Independency is the key word here. By adding comfort and functionality into the product, not that it looks like something specific. And the IKEA Omtänksam range is designed with help of ergonomists, physiotherapists, and researchers in various fields, as well as focus groups with older people with different functional needs. And usability is key here, so their input has been vital. Because when you don't have any disabilities at all, it's quite hard to imagine how the user actually experiences a product. And even some members in the team had various disabilities and can thereby really contribute to with their own experience. I myself, I had a stroke, which means that I have lost some of the tactility in my right hand. I have some balance problems. I can't lean down because then I get, blood pressure and things like that. So it has been very helpful. Okay, so the next slide here, and then we have started with a small amount of products like a sofa, armchair, tables, slip-free carpets, tableware, ergonomic support pillows, and more. And another really interesting fact that I want to mention is that it's hardly any other company in the home furnishing business is addressing these issues. I mean, there are lots of companies who have this as a business idea to cater to the needs of facility homes and nursing facilities and hospitals and things like that. But no one is actually looking into the needs of the private home. So IKEA, we felt that this is something we really need to make accessible at an affordable price. That is crucial. So right now, we are going to focus on a smaller range in order to get as much information and knowledge and insights as possible, connect to many specialists and people who can help us develop our skills in this area. And the main objective going on forward is to implement the thinking and the principles of the Omtänksam range and the complete IKEA range. So this is a pilot because you have to start somewhere in a more secluded way to gather new insights in an area. So, and some areas where we needed to be extra mindful in our product development we had to start by asking ourselves, who is the intended user? What activity is this person performing right now? What causes the biggest challenges? Getting in and out of the bed, getting dressed, getting in and out of the chair, take a shower, etc. What causes the falling accidents and where? How is it going to be used, this product? And what are the main functions and what are the secondary functions? So usability, as I mentioned before, is key. So we included a usability study in the brief to the designers, considering different aspects of some kind of physical diminished capacity. And this meant that we needed to involve specialists at a very early stage. We needed to pay extra attention to ergonomics from the aspect of an older and weaker body. How can we prevent falling accidents and other injuries? And pay extra attention to color, patterns, and perceived form that enhances the function, as well as material, and with assistance of a specialist in color ergonomics. And we used, as I said before, focus group with users of age and diminished capacity to test and give feedback before the product is produced. So what you can see here in the picture on the left-hand side is a test with a focus group, with people with different kind of, one woman is sitting in the wheelchair, this man has arthritis, and it was a group of maybe 15 or 16 people. We didn't say anything, we just gave them the products to test, and they gave us the honest comments, and we could see how they use them. So, and they have been, and also these focus groups have been guided by ergonomists and physiotherapists. So I urge everyone to involve people with disabilities in the design process, choose designers who have experienced physical limitations or have extensive knowledge of ergonomics and inclusive design. And finally, I will show you some examples of the outcome of the process. Am I out of time, or can I continue?
Yes, you can absolutely continue. We would love for you to continue.
This is my favorite subject, so I can keep on
Yes,
talking and talking.
please go on.
Yeah. Okay, so just shut me off when you've had enough. Okay, so this is an example of an armchair. And on the left-hand side, I am describing some of the features of the armchair where we have built in some ergonomics, and on the right-hand side is an armchair. And what I want to point out is, I'm sorry, my time is out according to my phone. The armchair facilitates sitting up and down, as well as offering a better support and comfort when sitting down. And the height of the armrests gives a relief for the arms, as well as support when rising and getting up. The height of the seating is also important. Inclination of the backrest should be in position that doesn't complicate getting out of the armchair. And you would have to be able to sit down without falling backwards as well. So the backrest in the armchair gives relief to the body, and an additional pillow that is also adaptable gives relief to the neck. So these are some of the features that we built in this armchair that could be built in many other armchairs as well. So what we did was we started with the user, the biggest challenge, and that was getting in and out of the chair. Most people can sit in an armchair, but it's the getting in and out that is the complicated bit. And the next product is a table. And what I wanted to show here is just that it's a table with no sharp corners, no rail underneath to facilitate the seating, and allows wheelchairs as well. High pressure laminate on the surface, which is much more durable. Contrasting colors to avoid accidents, matte surface to avoid reflections from the light, and sturdy to make it safer. So it's solid beige, and it's for public use, especially in the EU market to start with. And another just small product, it's a vase. And it's really important that you can surround yourself with beauty, especially if you spend a lot of time at home. So it's a grip-friendly vase that makes it easy to carry, filled with water and flowers, and doesn't slip out of your fingers as easy. It also makes it easier to empty the vase, and it has colored glass to create contrast, and easy to distinguish the contours when suffering from diminished vision. And an extra long shoehorn is also something that we felt we needed, a safe way of avoiding accidents when struggling with balance problems, low blood pressure, or just need of support. And now I would like to mention one of our partners in this crime, which is Sylvia Bo, and that has been a fantastic journey. They are one of the experts on dementia, and this started based on a mutual interest from Queen Sylvia of Sweden and the late Mr. Kamprad, our founder and owner of IKEA. And the starting point was to build an apartment building for people with dementia. The idea is that a couple where one part suffer from dementia will be able to keep on living together. Today, many couples are separated, and one is being moved into a nursing home, and another one stays at home, and two very, very unhappy people as a result. So Sylvia Bo is a joint venture between the Sylvia Hemmet, the daycare center that the Queen initiated, and Bo Klok, which is a construction company partly owned by IKEA. So this has been a fantastic, and I will just show you a glimpse from this project. So we at IKEA were given an opportunity when the project with Sylvia Bull was presented. And we were already in the process of developing the range on Tengsam. And we felt that this gave us a fantastic chance to learn more about a specific condition that many old people will suffer, dementia. Not all maybe will end up having Alzheimer, but dementia and aging is something that we all for sure will experience at some point in time. So we really have been given first-hand experiences in the daily life from both the caretaker and the caregiver perspective. Although it's not our target group, we are aware that many of our customers will suffer from this condition at some stage in life or be affected by family members. So the cooperation with Sylvia Bull is a win-win for IKEA. IKEA provided all furniture and all accessories for a showroom apartment on the premises. And this gave us a chance to expose and to get feedback from all the visitors. Not the least, we learned a lot about the existing range at IKEA and what we need and might improve and develop in the future. So, and I also want to add that Her Majesty the Queen has also been an important contributor to many insights from an Alzheimer perspective. Given the fact that her mother suffered from a severe Alzheimer and lived her last years in the home of the royal couple. So the Queen was actually taking care of her own mother. This is a long time ago, and we didn't have adequate care or knowledge about Alzheimer. So she has been very, very committed to this. And this whole project is fully aligned with the IKEA vision. We want to create a better everyday life for the many, and I would like for everyone and everybody. So with this, I would like to thank you so much for inviting me to this. And I don't know if we have time, if somebody has any questions.
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you very much for that very thorough and measured presentation, letting us know about IKEA's commitment to this very special sector of the growing population. Now, but why is it, considering the economies of scale and so forth, this is not something that's going to make IKEA lots of money in the foreseeable future? Why is it important for IKEA to take on this task at this point in time as opposed to perhaps earlier?
It's a very good question, and there's not one answer, but I can say like this, that IKEA has been existing for over 75 years, and we have slowly built up the company and being very focused on certain areas. And the area where we have been very focused is living with children. Family living has been a huge area where we needed very, very much insights and time to learn how to design and make products that are 100% safe. So we have been very focused on family living, and I would say everything is about a matter of time, and maybe I helped to push the topic a bit myself when I was was having a stroke, and also my mother had severe Parkinson, and then you start seeing things you haven't seen before, and that is part of my job, to identify new areas. So I think it hasn't been on the agenda. It's not that it has been, we won't do that, but it has been, we have to finish what we started, and then we go into new ventures.
All right. Good luck to you. We hope to see more progress on the part of IKEA to make home furnishing more inclusive. Thank you very, very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
자, 아주 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the presentation.
수익으로 연결을
So at this moment, it would not lead to an additional extra
생각이 됩니다.
income, but it is very necessary field. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, various industries into our home. Dementia is no exception. Through a systematic dementia rehabilitation program, dementia patients can enhance cognitive and communication ability, and their families can be supported.
이번 강연에서는요.
So for this presentation, Padaya Home Healthcare Global Director and Consultant Alexandra Augustine will talk about an integrated cognitive rehabilitation program.
이야기를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 함께 보시겠습니다.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Augustin and I am Director of International with Beata Home Healthcare. And I'm here today to speak about integrative cognitive support programs and their role in dementia care. This is going to be a presentation that speaks first and foremost from the perspective of compassion. This is because all of our work must start from one simple fact, and that is that finding out that you, yourself, or a loved one has dementia is a scary, confusing, and heartbreaking diagnosis. So it follows then that determining the course of care is never easy, and that is for the person living with dementia or for their family members or loved ones. So therefore, we have to lead first in everything we do with kindness and with compassion. An integrative cognitive support program allows care providers at every stage of care to work collaboratively to ensure that our clients with dementia are able to experience happiness, dignity, and fulfillment in their lives to the best of their ability. The integration of behavioral, medical, and social support at the community level emphasize the care of the whole person, not just of the person living with dementia. The ICSP care model is predicated on the idea that care for those who are suffering with Alzheimer's and dementia should be about having the ability to live one's life. The focus on the preparatory assessment, individualized care planning, and consistent communication with all relevant caregivers, including doctors and family members, as well as with the individual themselves who has dementia, allows for the person-centered care approach to offer choice, purpose, and meaning for our clients as they go about their everyday lives. Our nurses work with clients on accomplishing the level of mental, psychosocial, and physical health and well-being that are obtainable for them individually. And this places an importance on observation, listening, and consistent communication with both the client and their family members. It's this dynamic that allows our nurses to adapt to each client's ongoing needs. And we make sure that we do this from a perspective of understanding about Alzheimer's and the dementia disease process. Some of the ways in which we do this through the integrated cognitive support program are to be able to look at areas of self-care, communication, fine and gross motor skills, mobility, personal adjustment, relationship development and maintenance, socialization, and the use of community resources. The significant purpose of the preparatory and ongoing assessment process that you see laid out on the screen before you is actually to honor our clients and the challenges that they and their families are facing on this entire journey. It keeps the client and their families at the center of the decision-making process. The hallmark of an integrative cognitive support program at home is that we view our care as more of a partnership agreement between us and the family member and the person living with dementia. We do this primarily because we believe that to whatever degree it's possible, the client's own initiative and abilities should be recognized and should be the primary drivers of how they choose to live their life every day. Recognizing the client for who they are and what they've been through in their life is the only way, we believe, to be able to provide them with an effective cognitive care and support program that will work for them, that they're the most likely to respond to. Because it takes into account not only their clinically assessed medical and physical capabilities, but also their interests, their preferences, and their needs. The value of an integrative cognitive support program is that it can help our clients with dementia stay at home longer. We believe firmly that ICSP at home helps provide our clients with an experience of life, of personalized engagement, and a chance each day to provide them with experiences with special meaning to them based on the memories that they are familiar with, a feeling of community that they know, of choices, and of enjoyment. By staying at home and participating in an integrative cognitive support program, clients are able to sleep in or get food when they want, or go for a walk in an area that's familiar with them, or really get involved in any activity that's reasonable for them as they desire. This ultimately allows them to make choices about aspects of their life that are important to them personally, and it allows our nurses and certified clinicians to assist them in what they want to do. Providing them with these opportunities maintains and enhances their sense of dignity and self-respect. It makes it possible for them to engage in meaningful social interactions and specialized cognitive support activities on a regular basis. Because Alzheimer's and other types of dementia can make it difficult to learn new things and they can cause disorientation, we understand that our clients need to trust their day-to-day surroundings and need to trust us coming into their day-to-day surroundings. We always keep in mind that the part of dementia that's progressive is often a heightening sense of confusion as well as a feeling of loss of control. Feeling uncertain about what's going on or having no control over an environment or their choices or what is happening to them can be extremely disconcerting, and it can understandably cause unease, frustration, and a variety of behavioral reactions. By thoughtfully and knowledgeably and continually paying attention to the routine emotional, social, and physical needs of the clients and individuals that we work with, an integrative cognitive support program at home effectively enables clients to feel more comfortable, safe, and secure where they live. And so the pre-assessment or preparatory assessment that you see laid out before you allows us to establish a strong baseline that enables them to function in the ways I've just talked about. And by continually evaluating them and reevaluating them as the disease progresses and circumstances change, it allows us to continue to maintain that feeling of security for as long as possible. The disease process for Alzheimer's and dementia, as we all know, is lengthy. Showing sensitivity to families throughout their loved one's dementia journey is also critically important. This is one of the many reasons that we include the family members or loved ones of our clients in the ICSP initial and ongoing assessments, and frankly, in our clients' care wherever it's possible. Their families are on this journey as well, and they must be supported and seen as a critical part of our clients' ongoing experience. They often have a lifetime of experience with our clients and can therefore help us better determine a client's wants or needs or better understand their evolving behaviors if the client themselves is unable to do so due to the progression of the disease. While ICSP at home allows us to place the utmost importance on cognitive, social, and emotional well-being, as I've laid out thus far, the advantages of having regular home visits by qualified and often multidisciplinary team of clinicians also makes certain that our focus on these things does not overlook our clients' general physical health and well-being, and in fact serves to enhance it. Since people with dementia may not necessarily be able to verbalize pain or discomfort, clearly express what's bothering them, the clinicians who work with us in ICSP are especially alert to the possibility of health problems, and a comprehensive community care approach allows us to have strong relationships with both general and specialist health services in order to better help our clients treat a range of problems that come with both dementia and just the natural course of aging. We do believe, however, that our responsibility goes beyond this. We endeavor to maintain and promote physical health for our clients through the well-recognized and researched principles of encouraging healthy eating, appropriate exercise, accident prevention, and general preventative care. Our previously mentioned initial and ongoing assessments and specialized care planning allow us to better accommodate our clients' diverse and ever-evolving needs in order to maximize their overall health and well-being. Ultimately, though, the inclusion of an integrated cognitive support program at home for our clients and families with dementia is all about the fundamental belief that Alzheimer's or dementia diagnosis, while extremely serious, does not have to mean the sudden or total diminishment of the value that that person can get from life, and even more critically, the value that they have to offer life and those around them. The value is critical and allows our patients to stay home and participate in their communities and often see their families more than they might otherwise. And it helps to mitigate cognitive decline. If we can do this safely and responsibly for our clients, for our mothers, for our fathers, for our brothers, our sisters, for our neighbors, then we feel that it is our responsibility to do so, to help build options into our communities, to allow the first choice and continue encourage seeing the humanity of those suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia, as opposed to just the disease itself. Integrative cognitive support programs allow for this to happen. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 잘 들었습니다. 바야다 디렉터인 오거스틴 연사님이 마지막에 강조한 것처럼요, 일상적인 삶을 유지하면서 치매 재활을 도모할 수 있다는 점은 이 프로그램이 가진 아주 큰 장점이라고 생각이 됩니다. 자, 그럼 다음 발표로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 오늘 오전부터 계속
Now,
해주신 분들은
let me move on to the next presentation. I'm sure that if you join us from the morning, now I know you this fact. Prevention is much more important than the cure in dementia. If you want to enjoy healthy life in the advanced age, you have to manage your stress well.
이번 시간에는요.
So today, let me invite
헬스케어 그룹
Minaran, who is responsible for Body Friend Medical R&D Center and psychiatrist, to present how the seniors can manage the digital stress. Please welcome her with a big round of warm applause.
여러분 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your kind introduction. I am Aran Min. I'm director of Body Friend Medical R&D Center, and I am also the psychiatrist. It's a great honor to be part of this Dementia Forum X Korea, and my thanks must go to the organizing committee to give me this invitation. Today I'm going to talk about how we can manage digital stress to prevent dementia.
오늘 말씀드릴 내용의 목차는 다음과 같습니다.
So here is the table of contents.
먼저 2020년
So first,
행복 보고서에 따르면
according to the OECD World Happiness Report 2020, Korean Happiness Index is ranked 61st.
작년에 기록했었던 54위보다도 약 7계단 정도 내려온 것이었는데
That is 7 points down from the 54th rankings. Most of the Scandinavian countries, they ranked the top countries. I believe that we experienced a phenomenal economic success called the Han River Miracle. But the quality of life is pretty much the same as it used to be before.
조금 더 깊이 있는
Let's go deeper.
한국은 OECD 국가들 중에서
In the Korea, out of the OECD countries, top the list in terms of the suicide rate. Try to reduce the suicide rates. We did lots of effort. The same is true for the government organizations. However, prevention of suicide is not that easy.
올해 2020년
This year, the government released a white paper about the suicide rate. In 2018, statistics show that people in the 70s and 80s show the highest rate of suicide rate. And the trend is pretty much the same in the OECD countries. Korea is among the highest in terms of suicide in the people in the 30s and the 70s. It means that we are in a competitive environment. You study hard, sometimes until you drop. So you never feel what is the meaning to be happy. So we are exposed to the chronic stressor. So stress management is now very important. I told you before, I am responsible for R&D Center of BodyFriend, the company. People ask the question, why psychiatrists are working at BodyFriend, the massage manufacturing company? It somehow have something in common because quickly is a buzzword in Korea. You have to work quickly, you have to advance your career quickly, you have to be rich quickly. We love to be quickly. Rest, we also love to take rest quickly, more effective. Sometimes you can be so-called injured. You can find a shelter from the burnout syndromes in these massage chairs. So hard part is that the most prominent one is a cortisol hormone. Professor Che already touched upon this, glowed cortisol. Through the HCPS axis are modulated. According to the 2019 study, the chronic stress, if you are exposed to that, high level of cortisol will be maintained. If you have a risk of dementia, mild symptoms, if you are exposed to the high level cortisols, at the initial stage, cognition functions will be retrieved, but over time, the cognition functions started to degenerate. So that's why you have to keep your stress under control so that the cortisol level should be low. How do you also manage the Alzheimer's disease? So there are 4 techniques for digital stress management. In BodyFriend chair, we also convert this technology into our armchair. First one is relaxation. Relaxation is not limited to the religious practice. It's also part of the science domain. So we work with the Korean Academy of Meditation. So meditation also embedded in our chair. This meditation also tap into the rhythm of the body, and this also stimulate the body pressure point that it can stimulate sensory one. And we have also the sound. Although you are in chair, although it's a noisy environment, you can keep this space to yourselves, like a reflection or mindfulness. You can exercise those types of meditation if you are in our chairs. That's how you can control and manage your stress. Second one is breathing exercise. You know that the deep breathing is really important. Breathe in through your nose and breathe out through mouth. Try to do this for 2 minutes, and then you feel your body warm and relaxed. Because through this deep breathing, your breath
우리 몸 자율신경계의 부교감 신경을 자극해서
it can stimulate the parasympathetic sensory systems. Third one is mechanical massage relaxation. We also conducted studies in terms of massage relaxation. For example, cortisol and DHEA are also reduced in our blood flows. So after you get the massage, stress-related hormones are reduced. And also for the patients with the mild symptoms of the dementia, if they receive this 12 months of massage relaxations, their short-term memory span actually jumps up. It does not mean that the synapses are getting stronger. It means that the enough rest can give back the function of the brain. Also, there is no change in the cortical thickness. First one is progressive muscle relaxation program. That is good for patients with panic attacks. This is the evidence-based program. So if you relax your body and there is a sharp reduction in the frequency and duration of panic attacks, improved concentration, improved self-esteem, and increased creativity. So if you practice these 4 stress-relieving programs in your daily lives, and then it's very efficient for managing your digital stress. So COVID-19 is the era of untact. Korean society prefers to have a sense of strong bond, but this bond started to now break down because of COVID-19. But next year, we will launch the so-called active senior program for the elderly. If we are the users of these body-friend chairs, it's good for strengthened connectivity. And through the chair, we can also have the emotional support, cognitive training, and fun to play games. Even you can play games in the chairs. Those are the programs we will introduce for the next year called Active Senior Program.
마지막 슬라이드입니다. 좀 길게 해달라고.
Last slide.
생각보다 너무 빨리빨리 말씀드리는
I make a very short presentation.
메디컬 체어로 더욱 진화를
We will evolve into making medical chair. We started off with the massage chair, and that took lots of effort. That must be based on evidence. That's why we tried out many studies and researches. The second one is healthcare platform.
표면이 닿고 있기 때문에 이 부위를 활용을 해서
We will use many pressure points so that we will collect many data from the senses in our body. I told you the hippocampus started to shrink after the elevated level of cortisol. I already explained this. If we collect the data in our daily lives, if the cortisol level is reduced, and then we can prevent degeneration of these cognitive functions. That's how we utilize our healthcare platform. On top of that, we will also apply AR and VR so that we will launch into the remote telemedicine diagnostics. Ultimately, we would like to achieve the goal of digital therapeutics. We can diagnose the current conditions. Based upon this, high-quality personalized therapies can be provided by giving the assistance to the doctors. That's our final goal. Somehow, you don't have to perform the complicated cognitive training. That's also good for prevention of dementia, but more fundamental. Hippocampus and the thalamus can be stimulated by relaxing in our chairs. That's another way of stress management. Thank you. My questions? I'm just curious. The massage chair is a replacement of the giving massage by hand manually. Is there any comparison between the two ways of massages? Mechanical massages and manual massages? Comparison studies are not that many. But when it comes to manual massages, more sophisticated study of design are not being made. But when we take this mechanical massage to a notch higher, the manual massage is further studied. If the machines are much more sophisticated, and then maybe in the future, it's good that we can compare the outcomes from the manual massages and muscular massages. I think it's a good idea. I'm looking forward to conducting the studies. Probably you can also enjoy the manual massages in the mechanical chairs. Mechanical chairs you are selling is quite expensive. That hinders accessibility of the consumers. In the future, you will make this price more affordable. I'm not the CEO. This armchair market is now expanding further and further. I'm sure there are definitely the unmet social needs. We provide the rental services in the 30s and 40s and 50s. If you need this chair, and we are the first one to launch the product at the affordable renting premiums. So we will make sure that thanks to lots of promotional programs, people in general life can also enjoy this. And there are body-friendly cafe in downtown Seoul. It means that you can have a first-hand experience that leads to the purchase of the product. Yes, it is. We also have a booth here. You just try and sit in the chair, and the first-hand experience will give you the idea how you feel like, and that's why we have the cafes in downtown Seoul. Anyhow, management of stress is really helpful for prevention of dementia. It is true that. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much. So I guess we have one Korean speaker left, but before listening to his presentation, I'd like to connect to Singapore. Cognitive decline is a natural process as we age, and we have to accept it. And dementia develops when the decline is severe, so severe that we are not able to have a normal life, and it is accompanied by severe pain. And recently, evidence is emerging that plant nutrients can slow this cognitive decline. So, Dr. Peng Lei of the National Singapore University will talk about diet therapy and insight on nutrition. Once again, he's going to talk about diet therapy and insight on nutrition. He is live on the internet now.
Professor Feng, are you there?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Okay, we hear you. Okay, we see you. Wonderful. Good to have you join us on Dementia Forum X Korea. First time we're holding it here in Korea. We want to hear about the research you've done into how eating right can actually help us prevent dementia.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak at the key dementia, Dementia Forum X Korea. And so congratulations for a very successful event. Yeah, I listened to some talks, wonderful talks, and there are very good communication between the speakers and the audience. So I'm going to talk about dementia prevention, yeah, with a focus on diet and phytonutrient. Yeah. So we all know, when you age, your brain function will decline, right? So this is the universal. This is really universal. Those are the raw data from China. This is a big study in China following almost 100,000 subjects. So, but when we look at the individuals, we realize there are big variation between individuals. Some individuals have very early decline. So basically, they became demented even before 16. No. But some individuals can maintain very high function until 100 years old. So those are the super ager. So the question here is how can we maintain good cognitive ability until this stage of your life? So that's the dream for everybody, right? So if we look at the population, we are not only talking about dementia and dementia prevention, because dementia is a very late stage. There are some stages before that. For example, MCI, mild cognitive impairment. And also nowadays, there are this new concept, SCD, subjective cognitive decline. So meaning when you have some subjective difficulty, but you don't have evidence on standard psychological attitude. Of course, the dream is everybody wants to be super ager, meaning you have a very, very good cognitive function, even at the same level as what you have in your midlife. So we all know, we heard from previous speaker, Phillips and others, yeah. So dementia cannot be cured for now. Of course, there are many promising drugs. For example, the drugs from Belgium, and also the new drug, the GV971 from China, from Green Valley. So those are promising drugs, but for now, we don't have solid evidence supporting the drugs can cure dementia. Of course, the drugs can delay the progression, but eventually the patient will deteriorate, and then they will be dependent, which is really a huge burden to the healthcare, to the family and the society. So I'm focusing on this area here. So I look at nutrition, aging, and brain. So basically how nutrition can be modified to delay aging, especially brain aging. We understand aging is not just one organ or one system. So there are many organs, many vital organs. So when you age, not only your brain age, right? Your muscle, your bone, your heart, your lung, your kidney. So all the vital organs age. So those are all connected. But for me, for the moment, I'm focusing on brain. So basically, I tend to believe, you are what you eat. So what you eat and drink regularly, I believe, affect your health. This has been established a long time ago. So what kind of regular dietary pattern is very important for health? We all know that, right? But the relationship between diet and nutrition and brain health is only being studied in recent decades. I will give you some example. So what kind of research what kind of research in this area, in this particular research area? For example, we know homestay is bad for the heart, right? But recently we also found homestay, if the homestay level is high, it's also bad for your brain. So those are imaging studies, so done by about 7 years ago. We measure brain volumes and then we measure plasma total homocysteine. So what we found is if you have a higher homocysteine, you have a smaller brain. So basically you have more atrophy, you have a smaller hippocampus. And after adjusting for other confounders, you still find the white matter volume to have a negative correlation with plasma total homocysteine. And we all know there are many basic research, right? So in dementia prevention, the critical part is how to translate findings from basic research into humans. You can cure dementia in the mice, you can cure dementia in animals, but can we really see the same activity in humans? For example, calorie restriction or dietary restriction. We know if you eat less, and but of course, at the same time, you have enough sufficient nutrient intake, your lifespan can be extended, so you live longer. So basically, if you eat less, you live longer. But do we know, is it true in humans? We don't know. Technically, if calorie restriction or DR can delay aging, it also can delay the onset of dementia. So that's why we talk about aging and dementia are highly correlated. So age itself is a single most important factor for dementia. So, but we all know it's very hard to change your dietary routine, right? So how to resist all the delicious food. So it's very hard. So behavioral change is hard. So we talk about calorie restriction mimetics. Those are compounds mimic the beneficial effect of calorie restriction. And then there are some new compounds recently have been studied. For example, spermidine. We know spermidine can act on autophagy, also can act on prefectory cytokines and other pathways. So if spermidine can delay aging by multiple pathways, it's also possible spermidine can be an important agent for dementia prevention. So there are ongoing studies, but we still don't have the answer. So the progress in science is really very slow. It's not so fast. So now I'm going to talk about the research in my own lab. So I've been working on nutrition and dementia, nutrition and aging, nutrition and brain health in the past almost 20 years. So I'm particularly interested in Asian food, Asian dietary content. You know, tea drinking is very common, right? In Korea, in Japan, in China, in Singapore. So I looked at many dietary items, but I found tea is really good for our brain. So, and I believe there are certain compounds in tea that are responsible for the effect we observe in our cohort studies. So this WIFE study, we show if you drink tea regularly, you have reduced risk of having dementia in the future. Just another study, we look at the tea consumption and the cognitive performance. We know cognition is not only about dementia, there are many domains. You know, there are memory, attention, executive function, how you plan. You know, there are also information processing speed, how fast your brain works. Yeah, it's like your CPU in the computer. So what we found is very intriguing. Tea drinkers have a better cognitive performance compared to non-tea drinkers, except attention. So this is very important because tea drinkers have a better global cognition, have better memory, have better planning ability, and faster information processing speed, but not attention. We all know tea contains caffeine, right? And caffeine can boost your attention. So this tells us maybe the compound responsible for the cognitive benefit is not caffeine. Yeah, maybe for now, after 2 minutes research, I believe maybe it's catechols, EGCG, and L-theanine. This is just another piece of evidence using a different cohort. In epidemiology, we need to replicate findings because findings from one cohort is tend to be influenced by many factors, confoundings, bias, and so on. So we replicate this in another cohort. What happened? We measure tea consumption and baseline, and then about 20 years later, we measure cognition. So what we can see here is if you drink tea regularly, you have a lower chance of having cognitive impairment. And then, of course, it's about 1 cup a day. You have the benefit here, but it becomes flat here. So roughly, you have about 1 cup a day is good enough. Drinking more tea doesn't give you more benefit. Yes, so my recommendation would be just 1 cup of tea a day. And then we look at the mushrooms. Asians like mushroom. I'm sure in Korea, mushroom is an important component of our diet, right? And then there's a compound called agoucyanin, which is very interesting and which attracted interest in the research world in the past only 10 years. Those are the commonly consumed mushrooms in sport. So what I did is I recruited a group of local subjects. And then asked them how frequent you consume each of the 6 types of mushrooms. Then we have the total intake. And then when we look at the association between mushroom and also MCI, mild cognitive impairment, the result is really amazing. If you remember the curve I showed earlier, tea and cognitive impairment, it's not linear, right? So you have benefit, but the benefit, you have no more benefit after a certain level. But for mushrooms, it looks almost like linear. The more mushroom you eat, the less chance you will get dementia. And then this is the more important thing we found that ApoE carrier benefit more. So this is very important because we are talking about the precision nutrition. So if you eat mushrooms and if you carry the genetic risk gene for Alzheimer's disease, you will have a lower chance of having dementia. Of course, this is still not a clinical trial. This is the cohort study. We need good clinical trial to prove, is it true you consume mushroom or consuming certain compound from mushroom can prevent you from dementia. This was in the news, so very interesting, and the local media quickly catch it, and then we had several rounds of the media activities. And then why? So I tend to believe it's because of agoucyanin, because we only can obtain agoucyanin from mushroom and other plants. And the primarily dietary intake of agoucyanin is from mushrooms. And then we did some studies before the major study. We look at the levels of agoucyanin in MCR subject and also normal subject. So we can see clear difference. Those with MCI have lower levels of agoucyanin. And then we look at how agoucyanin correlates to the mushroom intake. And then again, it's a very nice association. The more mushrooms you consume, the higher your blood concentration of agoucyanin. So this makes us tend to believe it's because of agoucyanin from mushroom. That's why mushroom eaters have a lower chance of having dementia. And then there are other compounds, there are other kind of nutritional agents being studied. For example, the media chain triglyceride, MCTs. Actually, this is already in the commercial stage. It's in the cell. And recently, we look at the literature. The current literature tend to support MCT works, but we don't have a large study. So I think we need a more well-designed trial in the future. I think that's what I want to share with you. I hope you learn something from my talk. Yeah, basically, what you eat and drink is very important for your brain health. So if you want to prevent dementia, I think you need to think about eat healthy food, drink tea, and eat mushrooms.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Feng. I have a couple of questions actually. Because, as you said, you are what you eat, right? Are you eating a lot of mushrooms and drinking a lot of tea?
It's a very good question. Yeah. So I think as a scientist, I need to believe what I found, right? So I do drink tea every day. I drink a lot of tea every day. Although I found it's 1 cup a day is good enough, but I drink maybe 5, 6 cups of tea.
May I
do
ask
drink tea
what type of tea you're drinking?
It depends on what kind of tea I get. The culture. I believe this is true in Korea, right? So people know you are doing tea research. So all my friends, when they come to Singapore, they bring a cafe tea for me. So end up I have all the type of tea. Oolong tea.
All types.
All types. Yeah. Yeah. So I also try Korean tea. Actually, I work with a company in Korea on tea extract.
Okay.
I'm more Pacific. Yeah,
So the idea is to just drink any kind of tea as long as it's good tea, right?
We need more evidence. Yeah. So I'm not so sure any type of tea is better than another type. But I think we will need better evidence. Yeah. Unless we have a clinical trial showing you drink green tea is better than drinking red tea or black tea, then we can say, okay, we should drink green tea. But so far, we don't have the evidence.
I see. Okay. One more question. We've been hearing all of today that it's very important to prevent rather than later on getting it and then trying to treat it, right? So how early should one take these preventive measures?
Yeah, I would say it's like a life course approach. Dementia risk start from very young age. So if you don't have enough, you don't have a chance to get education, your risk of dementia is higher. And then if you have poor nutrition when you are young, you also have higher risk. And the midlife factors are very important. If you have hypertension, diabetes, and if you are obese when you are in your 40s, definitely you have a higher chance to get dementia. So I would say, for now, the evidence points to the fact that the earlier the better. I would say from midlife, in your 40s, latest 50s, you should do something. You should try to adopt healthy lifestyle, try to do something.
Okay, we will try our best. Thank you very much, Professor Feng, for joining us all the way from Singapore. We really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Bye.
네, 차 많이 마시고 정말.
So drink less of tea and consume less of mushrooms. The human brain is so fascinating. It's split into left hemisphere and right hemisphere, and they have different roles. Left hemisphere is responsible for abstract thinking, languages, and mathematical calculations. Right hemisphere is responsible for more pragmatic knowledge, non-verbal ones. If you use these brain characteristics, you can nurture dual, bilingual ability. But if you use the same principle, you can prevent dementia. It's a welcoming news indeed. Last but not least, he is the director of Rebrain, the official partner of Swedish Care International. Director Lee Gyu-soo will present application of dementia prevention program using brain-based bilingual education. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I am director of Rebrain R&D Center. I'm very pleased to see you all. You have been in this conference hall for a long time today. You did a really good job. But after listening to my presentation, I think it is quite rewarding for sitting all right. Because if you use the brain-based bilingual education, dementia can be prevented. It is made in English. Maybe bilingual means is about the other foreign languages, particularly English. Most of the people aged above 50 want to learn English. Focusing on this, and according to the article released by the specialist Thomas Finn, English is good for prevention of dementia. And that's also what other literature said that in Korea too. Brain study and language learning can be combined to prevent dementia, according to many literatures and papers. What you see now is the brain, front and the back, the rear. So left, you say, is the left hemisphere and right hemisphere. Do you know which brain you use most? Left-handed is the more about the lingual one. Right-handed one is more special one and creativity one. Most cases, they love to have music, artistic activities. They use right-hand side. If you are good at mathematics and languages, you are the left-handed side. But regardless of which brain activities you use, left-handed side is responsible for the languages. Right hemisphere is responsible for non-verbal ones. Reversely, left-handed brain is Broca area, and in the back is Veronica area. So in the Broca area, if you have a dementia, you start to slur. If you have something wrong with this Veronica, you can speak very fast but incomprehensible. If you have a chat with your friends, sometimes people start to talk a lot and repeat, and then it is the onset of the brain. But it's not for sure, 100%, but you can just doubt that. So we have a left and right hemisphere in the brain, but if you use the two activities, if you use the two areas, left and right hemisphere, in the comprehensive manner, and then the whole brain activity will be stimulated. So I will give you a short piece. Can you stand up all? So according to my instructions, please follow. And then it's really rewarding. So raise your left hand and right hand this time. In our brain, we have the visual sectors, so they are responsible for movement left. So if you wave your left hand, and the responses will be done on the right side. If you wave your right hand, and the left brain will be stimulated. Most of all, we are right-handed one, so you have to use both hands simultaneously. So left and right hemisphere of the brain can communicate each other. We need those activities. So now you stand. The elbow of your right hand can touch your left knee, and the elbow of your left hand should touch your right knee. You say that the left hand will stimulate the left brain. The left hand can stimulate the right brain. That's how the both areas of the brain hemisphere will be stimulated. This is what the Paul Nixon doctor suggested. So left and right brain hemisphere are stimulated by using your physical activities. I will count 1 from up to 20. So please do this together. When I do a lecture, and then people, they do this like, you have to do it crosswise. And you have to bend your elbows. Again, you have to bend your elbows on the other side of the knees. So you have to imagine that, and then it can stimulate your brains. So I will count 1 up until 20. Okay, you did a good job. So you did some movements. Some people do it effortlessly. Some people have some difficulty. But do it while you watch TV. You don't have to just sit down, sit tight. Just do it while you watch TV. This is the benefits of exercise. This is really enormous benefits of doing exercise for your brain stimulation. So the left hemisphere is responsible for the semantics, phonology, and morphology, and the right hemisphere is responsible for non-verbal ones. That's how, when you hear the sound, first the primary senses or Berenice is now stimulated and stimulate the Broca area and stimulate the motor cortex, and then you can verbalize. So when you hear, when you verbalize, 2 different language areas are stimulated. And then
so first, the visual cortex is stimulated. So once the information comes from angular agarus to visual cortex, it will stimulate Verrucas area and Broca's area. So what is the most important, the key factors of the bilingual effort is that we had to both use, like in a game, verb and nouns and subject in order to stimulate the both sides of the brain. And if so, writing and reading and speaking may change. And if you study, if you do the bilingual education, there have different areas of the brain stimulated, prefrontal cortex and anterior cortex. And when you once again do apply bilingual education, there is an increase in blood volume. The brain, which is the important critical part of a body, requires a huge volume of blood. So when you do exercise, so once again, if you do the bilingual education, it will cause a change in nerve structure. So it will once again increase your nerve plasticity. Let's say you do climb. You climb up to a mountain. If through a very refined pathway, it's relatively easier to climb. So let's refer it to your mother tongue. However, let's assume that you go very roughy and tough mountain, blocking. You are blocked by various hurdles, and if that happens to you, your brain will get motivated. So once again, the smooth pathway is your mother tongue, while the rough road would be the second language, which is English here. So once again, the MRI actually demonstrate this 2 different stimulation will activate your brain even better. So that will help enhance cognitive ability, attention, concentration, and which are related to the prefrontal cortex.
그래서 우리는 이러한 모형을 그려봤는데요.
So this is a model I drew. So brain-based bilingual education model is once again to combine cognition, mood, and body. And the bilingual education is once again is not about the smooth pathway. It's a way to climb up through a rough and bumpy road, which will increase both the brain activation and neuroplasticity. And with this model, it will help decline depression and help strike the body balance. So whether that is the left or right-hand brain, I'd like to make a pop-up quiz. Please raise your right hand and the left hand. And then make a fist with your right hand. This is the stone, yes, stone scissors. And your left hand. Why don't you make a scissor? This is a scissor. And rock. It's a rock and scissor. So your left hand is winning over the left hand. Since your right hand is making a rock, now your right hand scissor and left hand paper. And once again, your right hand is winning over left hand. And then your right hand rock. So always your right hand is always winning over against the left hand. So depending on which hand you really use, I can check if you have a higher risk of dementia or not. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a joke. So once again, right. If your right is a scissor, left is a paper. On my mark, once again, your right hand always wins. Scissor, paper. You always have to make your right hand wins. Once again, rock, scissor, paper, rock, scissor, paper. It's always your right hand. I'm going to do it a little bit faster. Rock, scissor, paper. Scissor, rock, paper. There are some people who get so puzzled or lost. Let's do it again. Scissor, rock, paper.
자, 이게 잘 안 되시죠?
Very hard, very difficult, right? It means your brain is getting declined. When we teach this game to a little child, they get used to it very fast. So once again, this rock, scissor, paper game will stimulate your brain, both sides. So once again, everything on your body getting activated along with bilingual education model. Once again, you can activate your brain and neuroplasticity to prevent dementia. So once again, some of the exercise I offered. Any types of exercise will be helpful. I often do stretch at home. Although it's a little bit embarrassing, I will let you see what kind of stretch I do at home. Do not follow my action because I'm good at it.
뇌를 항상 쓰는 연습을 꼭 하시고.
Once again, you always have to do exercise in order to stimulate and use your brain. So this is when I do lecture at the Dementia Safety Center and Senior Citizens Center Community and Social Academy and Government Office and businesses. K-Dementia is emerging across the world. Once again, our focus is currently on the treatment upon the onset of dementia. However, that's not the key. Once again, it's not a good because our brain capability is decreasing rapidly. So what we have to do is prevention of dementia. Otherwise, you and your family will suffer. So once again, it's not on the time of the dementia development. It should be earlier than that. You have to focus on the prevention of dementia.
목표가 뭡니까?
So what is our goal, target?
어떤 활력소, 나중에 나이가 먹었을 때 여러분이 건강한 사회생활을 하기 위해서
In order for us to lead a healthy life on later life, we have to make the brain healthy for a dementia-free world.
치매 없는 개인으로 거듭나기를 바라면서 이만 강연을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your presentation.
자, 여러분, 오늘 이것으로
That is the end of today's presentations. I also believe that you got inspired a lot by today's presentations. Policy, care, prevention, and treatment. Lots of progress were made, but still people got sick with dementia. So prevention is important. Although you got sick with dementia, environment should be created to take care of the dementia by giving the support and care and treatment. This is how the kind of international gathering is important because dementia affects all of us. Thank you for staying with us until the last moment, and you did a very good job. Thank you.